Hello, hello, mic test.
Life is full of possibilities. Technology is one such possibility. It opens up immense potentialities for education. With these possibilities, educational universe is expanding. It's a great moment for the learner to explore this expanding universe of knowledge, exploring the possibilities. The barriers like distance and time have been taken off. Education, which was once confined to place and time, has transcended such limitations. The world is witnessing a unique moment of this change from static to dynamic. Today, the learner can access the best educational content offered by the best teachers. Our role is to actualize this change and facilitate this possibility. Educational Multimedia Research Center has been in the forefront of such a change since its inception. UGC established EMMRCs at different universities nationwide to record and make familiarize India's best laboratories, research developments, creative academic work, also ensuring the rich and vibrant cultural diversities of India portrayed through education channels. EMMRC at Calicut University was a 9 communications index of 21 EMMRCs. EMMRC effectively utilize a broadcast technology to usher in the possibilities of worldwide classroom. The remarkable vision behind this was to enable education to reach the unreached through broadcast mode. It marvelously enriched higher education and also induced a spirit for continuous updation of knowledge. Our vision is to provide quality higher using modern mass media technologies. This vision was enhanced by the advent of new media technologies. With this came the expanding possibilities of interactive communication. The learner had much to seize from this moment. The interactive content enabled through the web by the media centers facilitate possibilities for the students to engage with the teacher in real time. This resulted in the development of massive open online content, popularly known as MOOC. And like the open courseware available in different other MOOC platforms, SWAYAM is integrated with the curricular learning of the student. Students can earn credits for pursuing courses in SWAYAM. All of them are free of cost. Quality courseware is offered through SWAYAM by eminent teachers. EMMRC pioneered the development of MOOC for the first time in the state of Kerala. It is indeed a matter of sheer excitement to notice the increase in the number of students being enrolled for MOOCs. The University of Calicut is the first university in the state to host MOOCs. Ever-expanding possibilities resulted in the launch of 32 DTH Swayamprabha channels. EMMRC is entrusted with the coordination of Channel 8, Physical and Earth Sciences of Swayamprabha. It is one of the 10 higher educational channels run by CEC. The EMMRC is equipped with emergent technologies, best studio facilities, and have high-caliber professionals to undertake newer challenges. Our most valuable possession is the eminent faculties of universities and colleges who are geared up to explore with us the expanding universe of knowledge.
Hi everyone, a world of knowledge awaits you at the upcoming national seminar, Perspectives on the Future of Digital Education, where innovation, inclusivity and equity take center stage. In the fast evolving landscape of Indian higher education, digital education is the future and this seminar is your gateway to it. From December 6 to 8, 2023, at EMS Seminar Complex, University of Calicut, we invite you to be part of our transformative journey. Organized by the Educational Multimedia Research Center Calicut in association with the Department of Education and the Internal Quality Assurance Cell of the University of Calicut and the Consortium for Educational Communication, New Delhi. Nearly 25 meticulously selected papers will be presented, offering insights that will shape the future of digital education. Registration is open. You can now log on to emmrccalicut.org. Join us for a journey into the heart of digital education, where inclusion and immersion meet equity, opening new horizons in learning. Mark your calendars, December 6 to 8, 2023. Let's together shape the future of education. Be there at the National Seminar, Perspectives on the Future of Digital Education. Together, let's create a digital education revolution. See you there.
A very good morning. A warm welcome to one and all to the National Seminar on Perspectives on Future of Digital Education, Inclusive, Immersive, Equitable, organized by Consortium for Educational Communication, New Delhi, Educational Multimedia Research Center, University of Calicut, Department of Education and Internal Quality Assurance Cells, University of Calicut.
Yesterday, in the morning, we had the inaugural session, which was presided over by our Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. N.K. Jairaj, with a keynote address by the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit Kaladi, Professor Dr. M.V. Narayan. This was followed by a special address by Professor Shyamal Kumar Mandhal from IIT Kharagpur.
Today, we start with a special address by Professor Dr. Jayashree Shinde, Head of the Department, Educational Technology, SNDT, Women's University, Mumbai.
Let me welcome Dr. Manoj Praveenji to welcome her for the address.
Dear esteemed guests and colleagues, research scholars and students, good morning. It is with great pleasure that we welcome Professor Dr. Jayashree Shinde, the distinguished head of the Department of Educational Technology at SNDT Women's University, Mumbai. She is in the department for the past 28 years now. Her expertise is in e-learning, instructional design, ODL systems, open educational resources development, etc. And this makes her a pioneer in educational technology at the national level. She has organized several faculty training programs for faculties from almost every state of this country. She was the coordinator for the ICT policy, which she developed for her own university, SNDT Women's University, and completed the project in collaboration with the Commonwealth of Learning, Canada. Her international exposure includes teaching assignments in Bangladesh, Mauritius, Singapore, Slovenia, and Canada. Professor Dr. Shinde was a standing committee member for the EPG Pathshala UGC and the National Mission for ICT in Education of the Government of India. Professor Dr. Shinde is currently on 3 national level committees related to NEP implementation. They are Blended Learning, Innovative Pedagogy, and National Focus Group of School Education for Educational Technology. She is also on the Advisory Committee of NCRT for MOOCs as well. Madam, we look forward to a thought-provoking and engaging presentation that will undoubtedly contribute to the success of our seminar. We, the organizing committee, along with all the members present here, extend to you, Professor Dr. Jayashree Shinde, a warm welcome. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Very good morning. And I thank CEC, University of Calicut, EMMRC, Calicut for inviting me. And let's see how we spend a few minutes, say 1 hour. You can let me know when to stop, because if there is some time for discussion, then please let me know. So actually, if you see my topic, Professional Development for Learner-Centered Instructional Systems Design, themes were shared with me, and then it was really overwhelming. I wanted to talk something about professional development, because just now you heard that that is what I have been doing since last several years, 10 plus years. And that is my field, I say. More than writing research papers, I get more engaged in FDPs. Learner-centered design, yes. Today you cannot escape that, and that's why I certainly wanted to discuss with you on learner-centered pedagogies. Again, innovative pedagogy, learner-centered pedagogy is my core area of interest. And instructional systems design, this is what we train also. Our master's program which we offer, I was sharing with my new friends that we offer MA e-learning and MSc e-learning. And the main goal of the program is basically to produce instructional designers who mostly work in e-learning industries, because corporate in 2001 we started, and since then all our master's graduates enter into e-learning industries, whether we want them to enter into education field or not. The first pickers or employers are e-learning corporates. So instructional design is a core skill which we develop through our master's program. But when we started this, we didn't start the program for industries. We wanted Indian education systems to appoint educational technologists, instructional designers in all educational setups. So I'm talking about 2001 when we actually started, implemented, but before that 2-3 years we were working on that. And my former head, Professor Vasudha Kamath, who is National Education Policy 2020 draft committee member. So I am privileged to be headed by her. So when she coined this, conceptualized this program, we always thought that it will be for education in India. Unfortunately, so far, we had to wait for NEP 2020 to bring out significance of educational technologists and instructional designers working in the field of education. So the day is not far that universities will have special posts for instructional designers or educational technologists, which we see outside. Our students work in foreign universities as interns, as instructional designers in university setups. So we want our Indian universities. So all three areas, and just like Kerala, just like coming to Calicut, it was overwhelming. So when you come to Calicut, when you plan to go to Kerala, you do not know exactly what all you will see. You have abundance, you have so much of beauty of nature. You have seashores, you have rivers, you have mountains, you have greenery everywhere, and then it really becomes overwhelming. I was in Trivandrum and I traveled to Munnar once, so I have some glimpses of Kerala and I know how overwhelming it is, and then I thought my topic is absolutely similar to the beauty, the nature of Kerala. So let me try to give justice, and you all please help me and participate with me for that. So if I come back to the topic, let's go start backward. Professional skill development for learner-centered instructional design, yes. So as I said, learner-centered pedagogy is at the core. Don't go by sizes. Let us see by core. So at the core, we all, and NEP 2020 is talking only about learner-centeredness, only about learners. Whatever we are doing, whatever we are planning, whatever policy is designed, it's for learners, it's for achieving learner-centeredness. And we will also see that when we talk about learner-centeredness, how much ICT integration helps us, but that is a separate core. As I say, I do not claim that if there is no ICT, there will not be learner-centeredness. Because in face-to-face, wherever there is no ICT available, yes, we can use learner-centered pedagogy, but if we get ICT, it will be additional boon, or it will be strengthening, enabling me as teacher to achieve the true learner-centeredness. But for that I will need planning, rigorous planning. So we always know, and needless to say that the way we used to come, and I always give examples of some of my old professors, teachers, college teachers. I was a very naughty student, and that I think that made me enter into the field of educational technology, education as general and educational technology as particular. I always used to tell my friend, I want to steal notebook of this particular teacher. Wish one day she will miss her notebook. Then what will she do? Because that may not be the case. Now the younger generation will not experience this, particularly teacher educators, teacher trainees will not experience this. But when I recall my graduation days, we used to say that. Coming to the class, opening old notebook, old diary, going through the pages, teaching, lecturing from the notebook, then again coming back next day, next page. So we used to have experiences. I'll quote 2 experiences about this, because this is not related to ICT. This is about lecturing and about need of innovative pedagogy. So one teacher repeated the entire lecture from her notebook the next day. She had done some topic on Saturday. She completely restarted the topic on Monday. Nobody in the class realized, and all my friends were noting down. So teacher lecturing and you taking notes. No time to think, because I have to write down each and every word, whatever she is saying. So the entire lecture was repeated, and I was looking at my friends, what are they doing? Why are they writing the same things? Turn pages, everything is as it is, exactly the same wordings on the previous pages of Saturday. This is one example I will never forget in my life, which made me think of becoming a teacher and educational technologist. The second example, I told you I was naughty, so I used to peep. I used to sit on the 4th bench or so in my TY, and I used to peep. So I peeped by maybe coincidentally, and I realized that her notebook, left side half page, and then the rest of the pages were blank. So she used to take notes every day and used to come because she was for the first time teaching to TY. So naturally, she also had to prepare. Absolutely, we need to prepare. We need to prepare. So I respect my teachers for preparing. But unfortunately, she ended up all her notes, whatever she had prepared, 20 minutes before the end of the class. And then I was worried more than her. So I told I used to, as I told you, gossip with my best friend sitting beside me. So I told her, now let us see what is she doing. Now let us see what is she doing. Her page is over. And then went on repeating in some other word, some other way, same 2 pages, because she did not have the next part to speak. This will not happen with experienced teachers, but lecturing will happen. And there we need learner-centeredness. I will need to prepare more. I cannot come with my diary and start lecturing. I cannot come with my 45 to 50 slides in the class and start lecturing. So that was the next trend. When I entered into the profession, then that was the next trend. Now you don't need that notebook. That's why I told you that in your graduations you might not have experienced that, because now everybody has PPT. So I don't need to worry because I have 50 slides on my PPT. I will start my PPT and I will lecture. So that PPT might last for 10 years till the syllabus is changed. So that is another scenario, and that's why again using PowerPoint is something which sticks us to lecturing. If we don't use PowerPoint, then we will require again planning. I mentioned about my former head, Professor Kamath, who was afterwards Vice Chancellor of our university. In 1995, I joined the department, and since then we were conducting workshops for school teachers on Zero Lecture Project. So the name was Zero Lecture Project. What will you do? How will you plan if you are not to lecture in the class? So whether school teachers or college teachers, we used to tell them that now you have to plan, you have to think, you have to come with all alternatives, not ICT. I'm talking about 1995 to 2000 era. So you are not supposed to lecture, but you have to conduct the class. So what will you do? What kind of material will help? What kind of worksheets will help in the classroom? You are not supposed to talk. Then they used to come out with several ideas, what all I can do in the class if I don't have to lecture. So rigorous planning is required. And when we say rigorous planning, instructional systems design is something which is again an aid, a weapon in teacher's hand, professional's hand. And we all know that to enter into the school, you need to go for B.Ed. To enter into B.Ed college, teacher training college, you need to do PhD, M.Ed. An engineer teaches the next year. Any postgraduate after set-net clearance trains the teachers the next year, start teaching the new generation. So instructional systems design, which is away from the field of education, away from the field of training, though not education, let's say non-education. So we need professional skills. Now we need professional skills in instructional systems design. Now we need professional skills for planning. We need professional skills for ICT integrations and learners pedagogy. How many of you have heard of, I'm asking this to young teachers and students, Flanders analysis? 1954 Flanders mentioned about classroom analysis. And we learned that. And Flanders proved that 70% of classroom time goes into teacher talk. So if you have heard about Flanders analysis, I'm quoting 1954 just because let us see the evolution. So he had 10 categories: teacher talks, teacher lectures, accepts feelings of students, presents, praises students or criticizes, Teacher asks questions. So if I am here, I am stuck here, it is keynote, it is not a workshop, so I understand. I need to ask questions. Maximum I can ask questions, but I have to present. In the class, lecturing, giving directions if I want them to do some small things, or I criticize, or I justify my authority. I told you not to talk, right? So I am telling you not to talk, so don't talk, because I am the authority. Accepting student responses, and only two categories are: one, student response at the mercy of the teacher, and student initiation. So only one category, if student raises the hand and says, I have a query, or I want to add, I want to share my experience. So in 1954, Flanders said that our classroom situation is like this. We need to move forward. What to do was a question. Now, because you will say, you are talking about lecturing, we have been hearing for ages, no lecturing, minimal lecturing. But then if today we have to design such a system, such categories, such a tool, because Flanders analysis has a specific tool to mark what was happening in the class every 3 minutes, the matrix was to be marked to find out what is happening more, and Flanders found that 70% time goes into lecturing. So either you can, let me activate this poll. All have mobiles, right? So just let me activate. Wi-Fi has stopped. Give me a second. Otherwise, I'm also.
Wait on the refresh. Just refresh.
You can now select.
Just. You get high speed.
No, let it go. Just a minute. Okay, give me 2 minutes. Why is it not working? I have activated. So I do not know whether this image will get scanned, otherwise you can go to pollev.com, Jayashri, SHI 891. Any category. I gave you 10 categories, what teachers do in Flanders 1954 analysis. But now today, if I want a tool, what all is happening in the class? Then whatever you think is happening in the class, please write in 2-3 words, one category. Let us start only with one category because it will take 50 responses, I guess. Do I change this? Yeah. One activity, not a general approach. Exactly what students might be doing, what teacher might be doing today in the class. Maybe in school, maybe in higher education, wherever you feel. Student or learner does. So learner and that verb, teacher and that verb. That will help. Child learning is a phenomenon. Yes, child is learning, we can say, but how? If we want categorization and tick mark, in these 3 minutes what happened? In these 3 minutes what happened? In these 3 minutes what happened? And then you might realize even that whether 3 minute slot is useful or we need more slots. For example, if you have written cooperative learning, so if some cooperative strategy is going on, in 3 minutes it will not change. As I mentioned, blended learning and child-centeredness are the core approaches, but if we have to design a tool, what is happening? Activities happening in the class. Note down activities happening in the class. Yes. Teacher is supporting in the class. Collaboration is happening in the class. Right now collaboration is happening. Debates are happening in the class. Peer teaching is going on. Absolutely. Student is questioning, student's experiences, student is experiencing some interactions, but how, that we have to find out. So very small, minute activities, if we start thinking, we will start reaching towards interactive pedagogy. And we will start asking, whatever is happening in the class, is it interactive or is it ICT loaded but teacher centered? Is it I showing animation or is it students creating a concept map? So will I completely depend only on resources, ICT resources, or I will start adding ICT interactivity to the resources, and how I can add? So most of you have written learning. Yes, learning is happening. You all agree that from lecturing we have now moved to learning, and it's ever increasing, so we will stop somewhere and move. Sorry. Okay. So your responses are mainly about this. You wrote about scaffolding, supporting, peers. We have learnt models of teaching. Now in new syllabi, in many of the syllabi, there is no mention of models of teaching, but if we talk about brainstorming, if I talk about concept attainment model, if I talk about inquiry training, all these are teacher empowered. Teacher needs to do the activity, but those are learner-centered activities. Otherwise, collaborative activities, explorations, co-creation, creating something, coming out with infographic, doing a project. So we need these kind of activities to evaluate our class, isn't it? From Flanders, we moved to Ghana. So Ghana, all teacher educations and all working in the field of education, students of education know that first effort towards instructional system design, towards theory of instruction, where it was told to us that we need to elicit performance. We need to give feedback. We cannot just go by 1 week lecturing. We need to give some practice. By elicit performance, giving practice, giving work to learners, necessarily provide feedback. Presenting the content remained. It was not complete revolution, but it was the next revolutionary step towards learner-centered instructional systems design. So 9 events of instruction, we started thinking of instructional system design, learner-centeredness. Some practice teaching sheets to see how changes took place even in practice teaching assessment sheet. I'll come to that, these links later, a little later. Then constructivism, as we all know, we are talking about constructivism, we are talking about connectionism, we are talking about Brunner, we are talking about Piaget. Brunner was the first person to give theory of instruction because Brunner said enough of theories of learning. Now we know how learners learn. What next? If we know learners learn this way, learners construct knowledge this way, then what are we doing as teachers? So we need to understand any teacher, it is normative, it gives norms, yardsticks, any teacher, right from school teacher to higher education teacher, what a teacher should do. How teachers should plan discovery learning, how chunks and structures are to be designed, and how to sequence our chunks, our modules, our contents in different way. Different than what we used to do in a very linear manner. Introducing the topic, presenting the topic, asking questions. Don't do that. Start with a problem, present a problem, let learners solve a problem, design milestones of that problem solving, and check whether your student is going on the right path, because if you throw student in the ambiguity, learners in the ambiguity, then they will lose interest, they will get demotivated. So just check at certain milestones only whether they are on the right path. Are we today teaching in this manner everywhere? Are we giving problems? Are we giving case studies at least to solve with the content? Because a lot of content is there. But either we are just telling them, there are so many references, go through the references. Do what? Then I will sum up. Flip learning, record your lecture or find out lectures, give those lectures to the students. They will go through the lectures at their own pace. But when they do come to the class, what do we do is more important. We have many resources and we have beautiful resources. India doesn't have dearth, and we have so many organizations, ministry-led projects, giving us resources, generating resources every now and then. You talk about ACRTs, you talk about EMMRCs, even the quality-wise, we are at par at global standards. How to use these resources skillfully is our concern. Otherwise, they are developing and we are not using. So we all, as educationists, need to learn, need to understand, need to develop ourselves how to make the best use of available resources, whether those are NPTEL, whether those are Swayam, whether those are, as I said, enemy ICT resources. This is just Bruner's theory. If anybody is interested in Bruner's theory, it's so vast. This is one concept map created by one of our students. So every student's concept map is different. So this is their own understanding and creation of concept map. I will not zoom it further, but you can see that every student will try to understand theory in her own way. I'm used to say her because I come from Women's University. So fortunately, we don't stick to only he, she or he or she. Okay, let it be. I'll come back to presentation. And towards learner-centeredness. And there are revolutionary pieces of work going on in this field, which completely takes us away from all kind of teacher-centeredness. They talk about personalized learning, they talk about student agency, they talk about student voice, they talk about student choice. Let us see how these terminologies are used. When we start thinking that my class will be learner-centered, then I plan many activities. I will plan cooperative learning strategies. I will plan jigsaw. I will plan team pair share just for some time. Sometimes I will give projects of team pair solo type. We can conduct fishball session in the class. Have two groups, smaller inner group discussing something, outer circle just listening to it, making down notes, then outer circle adds, inner circle stops, and then outer circle adds to the points. We may have 4 corners where I have 4 options. I take my students on the campus for 4 corners with 4 labels, and then we stick it to 4 trees, and then they run to 4 corners. They discuss as per their choices, come back and share. So 4 corners or corners, because you can have 5 corners or 3 corners also. So many cooperative learning strategies where learners are doing something interactive. So classroom activities. I mentioned about e-resources, which enables teachers to go for self-paced learning, allowing students to go by self-paced learning. So self-paced learning, yes, much learner-centered, but self-exploration, so that I will differentiate between what teacher gives and what students explore. So I giving resources and I telling students to explore resources and then share, and we discuss in the class. Which resource is good, which resource has given us what have we explored, what has this student explored. And then we go to learner choice. Learner choice, learner voice, and learner agency are very specific scientific terminologies which are in practice today, and a lot of research is going on. That's why I said there is a little difference, and even the difference to the extent that it started as student agency, student voice, student choice immediately. Experts said, why student? Because student is the person who takes admission. We are talking about learners. So learner agency, learner voice, learner choice. You will be interested in knowing that when educational technologists of 1960, 65, 66 came back to India, Indian educational technologists, we call them as father of educational technology. When they came to India, when they started introducing new concepts, you all know about Skinner, you all know about programmed instruction. That is programmed instruction given by Skinner. But when Dr. S.S. Kulkarni came back from Purdue University, from USA, to NCRT, joined as a professor, Dr. Mitra and Dr. Kulkarni, I'm talking about 1965, 66, 70, before 70, they introduce program learning and not program instruction. So we should be proud of our country, that our country, when they started talking about educational technology, they said that we do not want the term instruction. We want the term learning, because learning has that learner-centeredness. So, learner choice. So if we give some material, we give options, not only material. Learner choice doesn't talk only about material, about activities, that these are 3-4 ways in which you can learn. These are pools of resources. These are learning materials. So you decide how you want to learn. So learners choose either in teams and tell us how they want to learn, or they individually decide. But they have choice, learner choice. In learner voice, they come out with advice, suggestion, queries. I want to learn in this manner. May I please? I want to be assessed in this manner. I do not want to appear for 100 mark semester end exam. I want assessment based on what I produce. You have seen the concept map. So if one student, individual student, is studying the entire topic, trying to understand, some lecturate, some discussions in the class, learning more, coming out, drawing such a map, do you need a paper pencil test on Bruner's theory of instruction? Absolutely not. So you can grade the concept map, you can grade infographic created by learners. So learners opine, learners tell how they want to be assessed. Learners tell how they want to be taught higher grade. And learner agency, complete autonomy. We declare the topic, we declare our outcomes, and they search and explore, and they decide the entire learning path of some learning outcomes. So learner agency is the extreme learner-centeredness which teaches us autonomy, which teaches learners to take decisions, relearn and unlearn. That this is what I already knew, but this is not useful for the day. So I will change my learning. I will change, I will brush up, I will revise my concepts. I had some conceptual misunderstandings or misconceptions. Now I have realized, so I will change. I will update myself. So entire learner-centeredness is the need of the day. We need to understand how learner agency works, and we need to experiment, research more in these areas. So again, coming back here, now about ICT integration. We said that ICT will help us achieve learner-centeredness in systematic way, or we can say that we will have many weapons with us, tools with us. So if we have to create again ICT-enabled class learning situations, for that evaluation, what could be the criteria? Again, let me activate, give me 2 minutes. The previous activity was understood. So now if we have to use ICT, and then if we have to assess any teacher using ICT, what all that teacher may be able to do. One example using slide.
and compare whatever ChatGPT has given. Right? So, my instructional system design today is AI enabled. Learning, we all know it's AI enabled. Assessment is AI enabled. A big challenge for all teachers to come out with innovative learner-centered ideas, because our students will be entering into AI-enabled world, whether we want or whether we don't want. So if we don't give them skills, before that, if our own professional development doesn't happen in this way, then our students, our new generations are going to suffer a lot, because they will not be empowered while they are in higher education institutions. They will need to learn all skills after graduating, which will be not useful for them. Thank you. Resto?
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for an insightful and an informative session. It was really thought-provoking. So now the floor is open for interaction. If you have any queries regarding the topic, you can ask now.
Good morning to all of you. I'm Dr. Tariq Abdullah from EMRC, University of Kashmir. Thank you very much, ma'am, for this wonderful presentation. You just mentioned about the assessment, and assessment has always been a question, because sometimes subjective, sometimes it's objective. While dealing with the online courses and online education, so do you think that assessment becomes a bit challenging? How to assess the students when we are dealing the education through online mode?
No, not challenging, because I gave you example of FDPs when pandemic started. We evaluated and we certified 550 teachers in one FDP and 550 in other FDP. Number of participants were 750. I had 15 e-tutors working under me. Then I conducted one FDP on Moodle. Again, huge number of teachers learning Moodle. If our assignments, if our tests are not stereotype, memory based, understanding based, if those are creative, then if the challenge is copy paste. If the challenge is copy paste, if the challenge is whatever happened again during pandemic that we had to conduct online tests, MCQs, but whether we had huge bank, whether we had application level MCQs or whether we had memory based MCQs, it will require rigorous planning, it will require more efforts, but it is not doable. I have also shown the many assignments, I have not shown many assignments, but I gave glimpses of infographic, concept map, some products. So if we change our ways, notion of what is assessment, in our university we started 50-50 internal external in 2013, and it was a strict warning given by Vice Chancellor in Academic Council, which is now repeated: no paper pencil test for internal 50 marks. Products, projects, presentations, but don't take again 25 marks unit test for internal. Only 50 marks external, that is the only paper pencil test students will write. You need to submit entire chart, what all assignments you gave to your students and how you assess. We know economics, psychology, they have 80 students in the class, but they check those many assignments, those many products, assess presentations. We need assistants, teacher assistants, e-tutors. This is again need of our country, which is not provided. We always say doctors have compounders, teachers don't have assistants.
This I shared on the basis of an experience. We have a kid, small kid. He was, during the pandemic, he was very comfortable in giving exams. And once it started again the offline mode, so he's scared and he gets very, the level of the percentage of marks, it has gone down tremendously.
that
So
way.
that is the issue.
Yeah,
which-
teacher needs training and planning. That is the only concern.
Thank you.
Professional development, rigorous. And India's population, India's student population, teacher population, we also need to accept these things. These are the challenges for our country. We cannot just say, हाँ ये कोई कर नहीं रहे. But you see ICT awardee teachers of every year NCRT, CIT, Ministry Awards, ICT teacher awards they give. Fantastic work they are doing in rural areas also. So experimental teachers are trying hard. But yes, as I said, we need assistance to help us. We cannot manage so many things with many students. But somewhere we can change our assessment. And NEP demands this. NEP demands CCE. So no escape.
So we need a rigorous policy for that. Thank you.
Policy is rigorous. Implementation is a challenge. Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else?
Thank you, ma'am, for that very informative session. I was just struck by one of the slide which says learner chooses the assessment strategy. Learner chosen assessment strategy, designing own assessment strategy. So are the rubrics given by, the learners will choose perhaps different assessments that suit his or her capabilities, right? So how do you, after the child selects the assessment, there should be some standards, some rubrics for how you're going to evaluate or grade, etc. So that's...
Yes. In higher education, we use it. For schools, yes. Out of India, many such experiments are going on. But we use it in our higher education, where students develop strategy also and how to assess. So if you talk about teacher education is the best example because they know and they are trained in designing rubrics. So let them design rubric. Teacher can just check, or there can be peer assessment also. This group is designing rubric, this group is checking their rubric. So let them set their criteria, let them design rubric, let them get their rubrics assessed by other teams. Let's try. We are doing these experiments. Our students are also conducting such research studies on others.
Ma'am, ever since, teacher education programs always had lesson plans. What is your thought on having lesson plan? Is it still...
I mentioned rigorously about lesson plans.
Yeah.
I showed many templates. The templates are changing. We need to design new templates of lesson plans. Our students, let them design template of lesson plan. Let teams work. There can be assessment plan, evaluation plan also, that how, if I go to practice teaching, then how I should be assessed. Let them even design rubrics or chart for that. As an experiment, we can try these things in the class. How they should write their session plans now, if they are conducting activities. So if I am going to conduct brainstorming, if I am going to conduct 4 corners in the class, jigsaw in the class, then how my session plan should be. Even time frame, schedule. I showed the word schedule, I think, I do not remember. But now 50-minute class, 35-minute class will not be adequate. So there need to be cooperation even from schools for such things. But we need to experiment, we need to at least try once. So if we plead schools once, at least you give us 1 hour or 2 hour session, or maybe integration, internship period. Then they can design and they can use. We are there to scaffold. We will not let them go with wrong things. But once a while we can experiment this, in my humble opinion. Let's try. I'm not saying completely learner-centered. We know that we will need time. It's possible in very small groups. But once a while we can try. $11:30 is the break, or 11:15 was the break? Sir, 11:15 was the break, or 11:30?
Ma'am, thank you for the session, ma'am. I have got 2 questions. So what is the scope of adding this instructional design module into our present teacher education curriculum?
Would you please repeat?
What's the scope of adding this instructional design module as a separate module in our present teacher education curriculum? And number two, we do learn about different instructional designs like Azure, ADDI, and ASMR models. But when it comes to the classroom implementation, so do we need to stick on particular model for the entire curriculum process, or do we need to go for more of an eclectic approach? Like, what is your intake on it?
Yes. ISD is there, na? If you are learning Azure and ADDI, can carry maybe, then that is already in the curriculum, teacher education curriculum, right? So that was your first question, whether we should have or not.
No, ma'am, actually, I have gone through this at the Azure model when I am doing in M.Ed level. But in B.Ed level, we were going through different models of teaching, but not anything specifically related to this ISD.
Yeah, I agree that at B.Ed level, at least for a short while, if we introduce students to the field of instructional design, it will be really helpful. In our university, it is added. And whichever model you take, ultimately it takes you through almost the same path. If you say Azure or ADDI or can carry, little bit of differences there. And basically, we also need to understand that instructional design works at micro and macro level. When we design curriculum and we use instructional system design principles, we call that as micro level, macro level instructional design. And for very small classroom situations, when we apply instructional design principles, we call that as micro level planning. So Ganne's line events of instructions, if you see, it talks about a small classroom situation, correct? When we are planning some 50 minutes class, we are not actually going rigorously through all stages of ADDI, but we assume that we already have analyzed learners and context. We know our practice teaching school, we know what kind of resources are available in that school. So, but we can thoughtfully look into that. Every now and then we are not getting different practice teaching school, right? So, if we have instructional design principles in our mind, we can say that yes, I talk to the teacher, I try to find out what kind of students are this, what is their background. When I take a session from that teacher, I ask her 2-3 extra questions. Teacher, would you please tell me, उन्होंने ये सीखा है क्या? Have they learned this? Have they learned that? So we are trying to think formally. If you try to think very cautiously that I am instructional designer, I am not only teacher. I am instructional systems design. Whatever I will plan my system, education system, micro system, one small class, but as a system. Then I think that will get implemented. And at least the learner participation, nobody is saying exact all these stages as such, but learner-centeredness can be achieved because that is the core of instructional systems design.
Thank you so much for the response, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for the session.
My email ID is. So do we close?
Any more questions or queries? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, you want me to use it.
I don't need that, that's why.
Now it's the time for a 15 minutes tea break. We will resume next session, which is paper presentation at sharp 11:45. All are requested to reach on time.
respected dignitaries and fellow participants of the 3-day national seminar on perspectives on future of digital education, inclusive, immersive, equitable, organized by the EMRC, CEC, and Department of Education, University of Calicut. A very good morning to all of you. Today I am here to extend the official vote of thanks on behalf of the organizers of the 3-day national seminar. It's indeed an honor to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Professor Dr. Jayashree Shinde, Head of the Department of Educational Technology, SNDT, Women's University, Mumbai, for sharing her invaluable insights in this special session on professional development for learner-centered instructional design. Her expertise and passion for education has enlightened us on the importance of fostering an environment that prioritizes the needs of growth of our learners. Professor Shinde's comprehensive approach to instructional design has undoubtedly enriched our understanding of creating engaging and effective learning experiences. Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your dedication in empowering educators and enhancing the quality of education through learner-centered methodologies, just like your classrooms where blended is beautiful. On behalf of all the participants, I would like to express our sincere thanks to Professor Dr. Jayashree Shinde for her time, knowledge, and inspiration. Thank you.
Life is full of possibilities. Technology is one such possibility. It opens up immense potentialities for education. With these possibilities, the educational universe is expanding. It's a great moment for the learner to explore this expanding universe. Marvelously enriched higher education and also induced a spirit for continuous updation of knowledge. Our vision is to provide quality higher education content using modern mass media technologies. This vision was enhanced by the advent of new media technologies. With this came the expanding possibilities of interactive communication. The learner had much to seize from this moment. The interactive content enabled through the web by the media centers facilitate possibilities for the students to engage with the teacher in real time. This resulted in the development of massive open online content, popularly known as MOOC. Unlike the open courseware available in different other MOOC platforms, Swayam is integrated with the curricular learning of the student. Students can earn credits for pursuing courses in Swayam. All of them are free of cost. Quality courseware is offered through Swayam by eminent teachers. EMMRC pioneered the development of MOOC for the first time in the state of Kerala. It is indeed a matter of sheer excitement to notice the increase in the number of students being enrolled for MOOCs. The University of Calicut is the first university in the state to host MOOCs. The ever-expanding possibilities resulted in the launch of 32 DTH Swayamprabha channels. EMMRC is entrusted with the coordination of Channel 8, Physical and Earth Sciences of Swayamprabha. It is one of the 10 higher educational channels run by CEC. The EMMRC is equipped with emerging technologies, best studio facilities, and have high-caliber professionals to undertake newer challenges. Our most valuable possession is the eminent faculties of universities and colleges who are geared up to explore with us the expanding universe of knowledge.
Check, check, low, 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 low. Check, check, low, low. Check, check, low, low.
Now, let's move on to today's paper presentations. For introducing the chairs, let me invite Kirtana and Deepthi.
After a wonderful talk on professional development for learner-centered instructional design, we are stepping to the first technical section of the Day 2 of National Seminar on Perspectives on Future of Digital Education, Inclusive, Immersive, Equitable.
A very good morning, everyone. It is extremely fortunate to share with you that the complete tree is shared by our beloved teachers Abdul Ghafoor sir and Vasmati ma'am.
Professor Dr. Abdul Ghafoor K, Department of Education, University of Calicut, a well-known academician. To be frank, his area of excellence extended over a wide range of disciplines including science education, teacher education, and inclusive education, and moreover, he is a well-known examiner of PhD thesis in the field of education in India. Sir, please receive our love and welcome, sir.
Dr. Vasmati T, Syndicate Member, University of Calicut, well known for her excellency not only as an academician, but for her expertise in institutional administration and decision making. We have been experiencing her love and concern towards students over a period more than a decade. I welcome Dr. Vasmati T with a token of love. Welcome, ma'am.
It is confirmed that the feedback and comments from both chairs enlightened the paper presenters and participants with a new insights and visions. I request Abdul Ghafoor sir and Vasmati teacher to chair the session.
I also welcome today's paper presentators, teachers, and my dear friends for this wonderful section. Thank you.
Before welcoming the presenters, we would like to give certain instructions regarding the presentation. First of all, the allotted time for each presentation is 7 minutes. After that, we'll have a 3-minute interaction. So, first of all, I would like to invite our first paper presenter, Dr. Valamadi Subramanian, Head of the Department, Post-Production Department, Mindscreen Film Institute, Chennai. Her topic of presentation is The Rise of Artificial Intelligence in Film Industry, a study on screenwriting AI applications.
Yeah, very good morning to all. So before I start my AI in filmmaking, the one photo you are seeing here, can you guess who's this? Is this my daughter or sister or me? So that's the AI technology. So just an introduction, that's a deep face technology. But my topic is not that, because that technology is yet to develop and get into the film industry. So my topic is about script writing. That's the very first stage in filmmaking. After that, everything comes. So this research itself came like a lesson plan or through my teaching. So as ma'am previously said that make students involved and whatever it is. So we used to give them writing practice. And I think all teachers might be facing this problem of writing. None of the students will come writing. So they immediately copy something from ChatGPT. Now it's available, right? So they'll just come and give. You ask them to write a story on some topic, they'll quickly type and come and give. So I just wanted to explore, okay, what ChatGPT can do to a story and what human can do to a story. So as part of teaching, this research happened. So let me just get into the research aspects. Yeah. We all know film is like the imaginary world, and a lot of technology which has been imagined in film, including AR, VR, is now we are seeing it in reality. Like that, the AI also, the concept of AI is shown first in Metropolis film. That's a silent movie. That's in 1927, where the workers were replaced by humanoid robots. That's the concept of the story. So the concept of technology, AI, has been shown in films. So that's in 1927 itself, and then following that, 1968, 2001, A Space Odyssey. So they imagined that AI would come in 2001 itself, but we are achieving 21 years later. And then 1973, Westworld is one another film which deals with the AI technology, and Matrix we all know. I think all of us might have indulged in Matrix concept and other thing. And other Blade Runner and other movies also followed that. A lot of movies started coming after 2000. So that's the movies about AI. So now let's just get into the famous thing is like now the deep face technology, which you have seen my face there. And there's this Sassy Justice, one YouTube channel. If you find time, you can see that, where Donald Trump, his face is modified and as if he's reading a news. So that's the YouTube. You can watch that. So that's the starting point of how the whole, body is different. The face is completely Donald. And the lip movement, everything, it's like, in the AI generator that you can refer. So still it is in that level, not into acting and all. But some level of AI is used in VFX that we'll see. And animation, character rigging, and those parts, few places is been replaced by the AI tools. And in editing technology also, where certain tools like segregating of shots and finding close-ups or finding mid-shots and other things. So those kind of partial work of post-production is also is developed in AI. So that's about what the technology available now in film industry. Now we'll just move on to the softwares which is available in story writing. Even normal writing software, ChatGPT writes a very well story. You just give a concept, it gives you some 10 different stories. So we don't have to really have a very complicated AI tools and all. So these are all few tools, or we can say software, which I just checked. So all of them do pretty well, whatever the concept we give, and they write the story. And then screenplay writing is slightly different from just story writing. So when I explored that, few other softwares, yes. These are the screenwriting softwares where Jasper AI and Nolan I haven't included, or it's coming next maybe. Jasper AA screenwriter, plot generator, and Canva magic writer, and shortly AA. So these are certain screenwriting software. When I tested in this, these also generate the format of the screenplay rather than what content input we are giving, like dialogue or action description and other thing. So they are still in the developing stage. But the format of the whole screenplay is taken care by these tools. And yeah, so this is the input, simple input I have given to test, like how much. So this is like Hari meets his ex-girlfriend after 10 years at Metro Bakery, where they used to share one puff, one tea together. Surprisingly, Hari girlfriend opens up to the idea of having the nostalgic moment of sharing single tea and puff. So this is the just one line concept which is given as input to the AI story generator. And after it generates, like I have taken 3 stories which is generated by the AI tool. And then story writing students, like who are studying the screenplay writing, I gave the same one-line concept to them to develop that into a story. So 5 of them I gave, and 5 of them developed their story and mixed it together. So their screenwriting expert, so using their mixed of all 5 best, whatever the best from each of the story has taken, and that one story has been taken as a human generated story. The other, from the 3 stories of AI generated story, one has been selected as like the best one, whatever is identified by the screenwriting teacher. So these two stories were given to 50 students to go through and compare the certain aspects of thing. I think, yeah, these are all the aspects of a story, which was, I asked them to the quality analysis using the Lingard scale, 5-point scale. So these are all the points which I arrived. So plot, narration, character development, dialogue, scene setting. So these are all the 5 aspects of a story which was evaluated by the 50 students. So first step, let me go back. Yeah, so first step, so 2 variables, one is human generator, the other one is the AI generator. So second level of testing is qualitative using the Lingard scale method. Sample size I have taken 50 students again, and that's a selective sample, and then the data was interpreted. So now, yeah, we can see. So as long as the plot is concerned, almost a similar method both are coming up. So this could be because the plot is in a formulative way. You have a beginning point, you have midpoint, you have end point. So similarly, both scored the same level. And narration, in fact, AI narration was much better because it could be the language efficiency of AI. So that, yes, the language efficiency of human created maybe being in Tamil Nadu, they are not that much well in English. That could be a reason, the language barrier. But then the narrative part, whether it's character narration or the space narration or anything, the words that has been used, it's like AI generated narration is awesome. And then character, when the character development came in. So there is Hari, who is Hari, what is his background, and his girlfriend, and 10 years of gap, what would have the change happened between them. So these kind of things, AI has not developed. AI, like, yeah, with whatever the input I gave, with that, the language, it plays more, but not with the other branches of a story. Like, we do get branches of the characters and story. That was not done by AI. So that's where the character development, AI-based scored 3, and human-based, it was 4. And dialogue, I'll just finish. Yeah, dialogue, definitely being that story being our Indian origin, and the AI mostly now we have only the abroad, foreign way of whatever dialogues and other things. So definitely that's like absolutely not at all good by AI. But then human generated was good. And scene setting, again, it's how the scene setting, like the place and other thing, AI has done pretty well when compared to the human-generated one. So this was my finding, and it was also helpful for me to tell students that AI cannot do everything for you. So, yeah. So that was my findings, and future scope of this AI and related researchers, you can just look at this. There's a lot of after.
Artificial intelligence only for women.
Sorry, only for?
Only for women.
Human.
Women.
Oh, AI for women, you were saying.
Exclusively for women.
Okay, women, see, I generally don't go with gender. Anyway, women empowerment, basically we need to get empowered, and I strongly feel that AI will definitely remove the gap of this gender, even still which is existing, man can do, because AI is replacing the skills rather than the creativity. So those skills is where even in film industry, whichever industry we say that the physical skill or the other skills which is required, that is where the gender gap comes in, which AI is replacing. So I feel even the computer technology, digital technology, that has opened up more job opportunities for women. So likewise, the AI also would, in my opinion, I don't know, in my opinion, it will definitely just mix, I mean, gender gap won't be there. So that's my expectation.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
The floor is open. Please.
Hello, ma'am. I saw the scores on your screen. I'm just curious, you said your student, the humans, wrote in English. What if the story, the narration, if they were allowed to do it in Tamil? Do you think the humans would have aced as far as narration and space creation is concerned?
Definitely the language part, if you say, it can only translate. AI is still in the translation part. But as far as Tamil is concerned, I definitely believe that AI cannot do anything to Tamil. Because Tamil is so rich in literature and the word, like, no, the single word, like Irugapatru. There is one movie came recently, that title is Irugapatru. Irugapatru has multiple meaning. So like these can be understood only by like Tamil knowing people, and so maybe a lot of input is needed for AI to work in Tamil. So Tamil, for me, I feel Tamil is difficult in AI.
Hello.
Ma'am.
Madam, your study is qualitative and quantitative.
It's a qualitative using the quantity analysis, like the Lingard scale analysis.
Okay. And next one, I'm add to the chair session. The AI can use in the treatment also. Not only woman empowered, as a woman empowered, it can use as a treatment purpose also, AI. Yes, AI now is also using in the other countries for treatment as a example.
Medical,
yes,
medical. Yeah, that's there.
Medical purpose also.
Yeah,
Thank you. And one more thing, I am searching here, don't mind, who is beautiful girl in the image? You are sitting here. I am searching here, there. Sorry.
Okay.
This is a deep fake face.
Yeah, deep fake face. In fact, with this, I started a project that 100 days, 100 haikus. Like with these faces, I'm connecting to lines in Tamil. Nuru Naal Nuru Kavida in Tamil we call it. I'm going to release that in the month of January. So I'm so like kind of, yes.
Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. So far as your analysis part is concerned, you have come to the conclusion that there is hardly any difference between human intervention and artificial intelligence. But have you tried to see the blended mode? At least the artificial intelligence provides a scope to build an idea.
Yes.
Then you can work on keeping your human intelligence in mind and then build the idea in your own perspective. Because artificial intelligence can at least give you some guidelines. Then you can shape it up in much better way. Have you done such study and are you going to do such study?
Yes, definitely, sir. Nolan AI, there is one screenwriting software where you can give inputs like scene, which the branches of the character and other thing we can give the input. But all this testing which will take, that's why I said like I need one more, if the conference happens next year, I'll be showing that. Yes.
I will narrate you one exercise which I have done. I'm planning a film, I already shot the film, it's about the leper patients. In 1922, all the leper patients, there's no leper now left. But in Kashmir, we have one leper home. And I'm making a film on them. And what I had planned, how I should make the film. This is only in a planning and I have wrote the script. But then I tried to get some inputs from this ChatGPT. And to my wonder, the idea which I have thought, it was just like a replica as ChatGPT provided me.
Yes, that's what
So
the plot I said, it is similar. The plot wise it is giving similar.
So similarity is there definitely, because the ChatGPT is definitely a thing which we cannot rule out. But we have to apply our own minds how to make it more accurate and more creative.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, I would like to add to your answer to Raj's question. Like, I don't think AI, it's a problem of language. Even with Tamil, maybe you can create scripts more efficiently, maybe in 1 year or 2 years, because so many translators are available.
No, why I delivered that is, even now the writing software in Tamil, we can say like the Google input and whatever it is, it is, the other languages it is fine. Tamil still, that fine writing and all, it's not, it has not come. Whereas this writing has started way back in 2000 itself, like 90s itself, transcripts and other thing, they started developing. But still, we are unable to achieve the perfect Tamil language scripts. So that's why it's just, but maybe Tamil may rule. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Very crispy topic. Actually, there is a lot of shortage for writers, students who will not come for writing. We can get lot of technicians. So there is AI tools for that. Do we can write characteristics for the movies by using AI tools?
Yeah, definitely, sir. That's what the character description it is giving very nicely. The way it has uses, like describing a girl or describing a boy, and the word it uses, like no. So that it really does nicely. So I would suggest that integrate the don't. Like kind of squash the students' interest and make them use interchangeably. Like you also develop, you give some input and take something from AI. So it should be collaborative, blended mode. So
Okay,
that way,
okay.
Definitely they can come.
Okay, ma'am. This will help for writers.
Yes,
to
yes, definitely. And as a teachers, I feel that we should allow students to use AI and develop their skill interchangeably.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
The topic being film, much of our audience are much interested in the topic and the presentation. If you want further discussion, we can have free time discussion. We'll proceed on to the next presentation because we have lack of time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I invite Preeta Jot, Assistant Professor, School of Pedagogical Sciences, Kannur University, to present her paper on the topic, Teaching at Infinity Prompt Propositions.
Good morning all.
I am Preeta George, Assistant Professor, School of Pedagogical Science, Kannur University. And in the morning session, Jayashree ma'am, she has rightly told us, this is the time for updations. This time we need to update something we are using in the past, like Flanders interaction analysis, also micro teaching. And this is the time for a change that survives. It is the one that is the most adaptable to change. Now this is the time to change. And we know that this is our dream, and the dream of a developed India by 2047. And it's the one that resonates with every Indian. And it is a dream built upon the pillars of human resource development and the advancement of science and technology. And we know that the development of science and technology is in an advanced stage where human resource is still a matter of concern. And an inclusive, participatory, holistic approach to realize the hopes and aspirations of the people and to take India to a great heights has been the foundation for reframing National Education Policy 2020 with the message, educate, encourage, and enlighten. And we know that teachers are the resources for piloting human resources in higher education and faculty. Re-engineering is necessary in the futuristic perspective. And this is the history of teacher professional development in India. And at first, under the recommendations of the Qatar Commission, academic staff colleges were established, and now it's changed the name to UGC, Human Resource Development Centers, and the National Mission on Teachers through ICT in 2009, and also now it's running Pandit Madan Mohan Malaviya National Mission on Teachers and Teaching, and we know that the teaching learning centers and all these things. This is the thing now happening in India. And there are some challenges in the professional development programs. The first challenge is the one-size-fits-all model. That is not tailored to specific needs of the teachers. That is not meeting the individual aspects of the teacher or the individual requirements of the teacher in the 21st century classrooms. And also, there are certain challenges in the effective policy implementation at the grassroots level. And also we need customized and accessible training sessions for faculty development. And this is the time for a framework for practicing teaching skills on demand. A qualitative research is conducted to reveal the perspectives of prospective teachers and teacher educators on the current teacher preparatory practices in terms of 21st century teacher qualifications, and developed a preparatory teaching modules with respect to skills, content, context, and structure to meet the demands of the 21st century classrooms in Kerala. And a need analysis is conducted. Then 33 teaching skills, that is IT integrated and contextualized, were identified, and teaching modules for practicing these skills were developed under this research. And the sample for the study constituted 196 prospective teachers, 30 teacher educators, and 30 secondary school students. And the tools used: interview schedule, open-ended questionnaire, and the opinionaire from the secondary school students. And these are the sample responses obtained from the open-ended questionnaire for prospective teachers. This
establish today's need. In today's generation where robotics, coding and digital mechanisms rule the classrooms, we are going to be helpless in front of the students regarding our technological skills. Our proprietary teacher training is only focused on traditional skills like skill of using blackboard and also in an artificial manner. This is the situation now we are facing in teacher proprietary practices like B.Ed. A sample response from a teacher educator. And it is also demanded the development of teaching skills to meet the demands of 21st century classrooms in a more contextualized, content integrated and IT oriented context. Okay, the needs expressed by prospective teachers and teacher educators also highlighted the fact that even teacher education program is not at all adequate to create 21st century teachers. And based on the gaps identified in the data analysis, 33 essential teaching skills on demand in connection with the 4 C's. Communication, critical thinking, collaboration, and creativity were developed. And e-modules for practice with the scope for feedback also were developed. And these are the merits identified by the beneficiaries, real beneficiaries, that is secondary school students. And no fear of learning, no boredom, highly motivating, rich with technology, enhances students' active involvement and fun learning. And the future directions. We can use artificial intelligence in teacher training sessions and also customize the professional development plans. And patents should be granted. It's difficult to get patents in educational methods and materials, but the foreign law will permit. But in the Indian context, it is really difficult. And promotes in-depth researches in the field of capacity building, holistic education. And also, we must focus more on the affective domain. And these are the recommendations. Gap identification studies need to be conducted, and teachers, they must have an attitude change, a knowledge development, updated skill development, and we must consider values also as competencies for the teachers. And open and distance learning and MOOC participation is, and then collaborative learning platforms and also incentives for innovation at least institution level is also implemented. Now we only focusing on the permanent teachers in universities, and there is self-financing teachers there, also contract faculties are there. So these are the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now over to chairs.
Thank you, Dr. Preeta, for your detailed presentation. What is the design of the study?
Qualitative.
Can you exactly say what qualitative design you have followed for this paper?
It's actually a constructivist grounded theory design. For
did you develop that 33 modules in the grounded theory model?
Yes.
Then,
modules and also a theoretical frame for teaching skill development based on contextualized, content integrated and IT oriented
then
skills.
Why do you recommend all these after developing 33 modules and implementing it to the future teachers?
And my studies actually...
Haven't been all these competencies developed after these 33 modules were implemented? Or they are yet to be developed, all these abilities?
No, sir. This is for the future recommendations actually for the in-service teachers. And my study is only about the pre-service teacher education. That's the difference.
Oh, you are making the recommendation based on the pre-service teacher module
and the positive
for future
attitude
teachers.
towards the pre-service teachers.
Why do you say it is 21st century skills? We are only in 2023. I think there are a lot more, 77 years left. Do you believe that all these modules will cater to the needs of the coming 73 years?
No, I developed these modules with a hope for updations.
Okay, why do we all call this as 21st century?
We generally consider this
okay,
as the 21st century.
It is not for you. It is just for the audience sake also, because we call all these new skill 21st century. We are only 2 decades into the 21st century. We cannot predict future. So we may say that it is the requirement of the present. Okay, your presentation is good in the sense that you have worked a lot on those 33 modules, and you have collected data from the, feedback on that modules from the recipients of that module, and you have some recommendation. Thank you. Audience, please. Anything else?
So far your recommendations are concerned about the incentives for innovation at institution level. I think this has been taken care now. The teachers who participate in MOOC development or e-content generation, they have been given academic points as well as some monetary benefits they get. So incentives are already there, but what we lack in most of the teachers, that is the attitude change. They have to work on that, but incentives are already there. I guess that is a very good motivation, because I don't know about this university. In our Kashmir University, teachers who contribute to MOOCs, they get 5 points for their assessment for every e-content. So if a teacher contributes 10 programs for a MOOC, he will earn 50 academic points and will also earn some bucks. So incentives are already there.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. I will definitely work on this topic more.
Thank you, ma'am.
Of the lack of time, we may move on to the next presentation. Thank you, Prida. Thank you.
Thank you.
Once again, for the kind information of the paper presenters, your allotted time for paper presentation is 7 minutes and 3 minutes for discussion. Next, I would like to invite Deepthi S, Anna Nagar, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, for the paper presentation on the topic Artificial Intelligence in Whisper.
So good evening, I'm Deepthi Suresh. So my research topic is about artificial intelligence in Whisper. So first I'll tell you about what Whisper is. So Whisper is, in simple terms, it's a ASR, automated speech recognition software. So you can ask me, there are already a lot of automated speech recognition software. Why talk about this? So this can actually transcript around 99 languages, and it can also record episode or 16 hours to 21 hours audio when it can record. So normally in automated speech recognition software, it can record only until 20 to 30 minutes of audio, and idhula vandittu eppdina around 21 hours, and this was discovered accidentally. So while the developers were working on this particular AI, they, by mistake, accidentally, they switched it on for 21 hours. So over full day ku vandittu poite irundhathu. So apparently what happened is avanga pesna ellame vandittu it got transcripted. So that's how they came to know that it can actually record around 21 hours. Okay, so first I wanted to do a very descriptive research on what Whisper was and how it can work in podcast. Because Whisper irundaduna, it can actually, it's still in the developing stages, but if it actually comes to when it actually comes to working process, enna agum appadina, it can actually become as popular as ChatGPT, because since it can record until 16 hours, இப்போ மூவிஸில் வந்து சப்டைட்டில்ஸாக இருக்கட்டும் எதுவாக இருக்கட்டும் அதுக்கு வந்துட்டு we don't need manual power. We can just use this particular software to produce subtitles. So இப்போ வந்துட்டு I wanted to do my research on how it can work on podcast. So my main focus is how cross communication can happen. இப்போ எனக்கு வந்துட்டு I don't know Malayalam, I'm not very fluent in Malayalam, but if I want to listen to a Malayalam podcast, let's say I can partially understand Malayalam but I cannot read or write. So if I want to listen to a Malayalam podcast and if I cannot understand a particular sentence or some particular word, normally if you take Spotify for instance, அதில் வர transcripts எல்லாமே என்ன லாங்குவேஜில் வந்து பேசுகிறாங்களோ அந்த particular லாங்குவேஜில் தான் வந்துட்டு it will be transcripted. But here when you use Whisper, it can actually provide transcription in other languages too. So let's say if you are using Whisper, Malayalam audio, they can actually provide an English transcription and in Tamil. So in that case it will be easier for me to refer. So then what happened is while I was researching on this topic, I came to know that not many of them are actually aware of what Whisper was. So I then shifted my research focus to find the awareness of how many people know about Whisper and how many people are willing to adapt Whisper. And this is basically with podcasters. Okay, so my methodology. So I wanted to do my methodology based on a focus group discussion in qualitative analysis. But then due to time constraints, I was not able to proceed with it properly. So I had to choose 15 podcasters and ask them questions through Google format. Okay, so my theoretical framework is based on diffusion of innovation theory. Most of us here are aware about this theory. So, okay. The following slides will be based on the few important questions that I have posted to the participants. So, okay, most of them here, my first question is in which online platform do they publish their podcast, and most of them have answered Spotify and Anchor. Okay, and then I've asked if they would use transcription in their podcast. Most of them had said yes, but then the people who had said no have told that because it's very difficult to transcribe manually, and even in software they don't provide adequate proper transcription. So in that case 73% have said that they use transcription. Okay, so I've asked them if they do use transcription, enna mode la they use. So adnala vandu software தான் வந்துட்டு 76% வந்து யூஸ் பண்ற அப்படின்னு சொல்லியிருந்தாங்க. ஆனால் சாஃப்ட்வேர் யூஸ் பண்ணுறவங்களாம் என்ன சொல்லியிருந்தாங்க அப்படின்னா the transcription is not adequate and proper. There are a lot of grammatical errors, and as Dr. Valamati already told them, தமிழில் வந்து பண்ணுறவங்களுக்கு ரொம்ப டிஃபிகல்ட்டாக இருக்குன்ற மாதிரி வந்து சொல்லியிருந்தாங்க because of the language barrier. Okay, so then the next question is, have you heard of the artificial intelligence called Whisper AI? And as we can see, 66% are not aware. And idla enna, even the people who are not aware knew that there's a particular software which can record long audios, but they didn't know the name. And the people who actually knew about Whisper were also not fully aware about what its purpose is. Okay, so then I've asked them if they believe that artificial intelligence can actually help them in transcribing in the future, and most of them have agreed on it. Okay, so my key findings. So yeah, this is basically what I told. Spotify is the most popular choice, and majority like to transcribe manually because it's easier that way. Okay, and transcribing in Tamil is a huge challenge that most podcasters are facing. And most of the participants are not aware of Whisper AI. Okay. Thank you.
It's open to the forum. How many among the listeners here, the audience, are aware of this Whisper AI? She has used just 15 as sample. Now we are nearly more than 100 here. None is aware. Okay. We are not podcast listeners at all. Oh, one is aware.
Software throughout your presentation.
Sorry?
You did not show your any screenshot of this software. I am saying for the screenshot or your website or this app. I want to see this. Okay.
No, it's still in its developing stage. It's only available in OpenAI. You can use it for as a tester. That's it. It's still in the developing phase. It's not still out.
So how can we define this applicability without, is it in the developing phase, under process it means, na?
No, until இப்போ வரைக்கும் எந்த அளவுக்கு டெவலப்மெண்ட்ல இருக்கோ அதை வச்சு தான் நான் வந்து போட்டிருக்கேன். It's still developing.
That means it should be kept in the preview session. That means little aware. I am little aware about it.
Okay.
How can I use it?
It's not still open to use. It's still
That's
in.
why I am asking.
Okay, you could have waited till it is open.
Okay.
Because it is not available, it is only in the testing phase. Then general public may not be aware about all those things. Once it is open, maybe many people will be using it, and it will be evidencing that it is more valid and useful. Okay, thank you for your acquaintance with that Whisper AI, and just using your paper presentation opportunity to make us aware about a new upcoming tool. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now I invite Dilip Kumar Dhar, Assistant Teacher, Rangale High School, Rangale, Odisha, to present his paper on the topic, A Study on Effectiveness of ICT Integrated Teaching Learning Process.
Good morning to everybody of you, respected jury, organizing teams, and other respected revered presenters. I am Dilip Kumar Dhal, a man of Odisha, and the title of my paper is A Study on Effectiveness of ICT Integrated Teaching Learning Process, and I want to convey the success stories of 5T initiatives of Government of Odisha. Government of Odisha has adopted 5T programs in order to commemorate the fifth terms of Honorable Chief Minister Sri Naveen Patnaik. And the man behind such idea is known but a man of Tamil Nadu, just the neighboring state of Kerala, Mr. B. Karthikeyan Pandian. He is now the chairman of 5T program and Navin Odisha program. The primary aim of 5T program is to provide quality education among the secondary school students. Let me take an opportunity to describe the aim and objectives of 5T programs. The Odisha government has adopted an action plan under the 5T initiatives which emphasizes on technology, teamwork, transparency, time, and transformation to provide good governance to the people of the state. The idea behind transformation of high school under 5T initiative is to develop the school infrastructure with modern technology and digital and smart classrooms, e-library and laboratories, as well as educative environment which improves the learning. Our school has been included in 5T high school transformation program in second phase. Now fourth phase is going on. The program has not only changed the school but also helped the building confidence among students of rural areas in a very short span of time. The academic efforts and hard work for the development and transformation of infrastructure under the 5T model is commendable. The main objectives of the study is to compare the effectiveness of ICT integrated teaching over conventional methods of teaching. Hypothesis: as per null form of hypothesis, there is no significant difference in the effectiveness of ICT integrated teaching over conventional methods of teaching. Alternatively, there is a remarkable difference in relation to effectiveness between ICT integrated teaching and conventional methods of teaching. What types of methodology I had adopted? The methodology adopted to test the hypothesis was an experimental method. 30 numbers of selected students were taught by traditional method. After the end of teaching learning process, all the students administered with an achievement test. After 2 months, same practices were repeated with intervention of ICT integrated studies, which was the independent variables of the study. After the completion of every class, rubric for both process and product assessment was prepared to know the extent of understanding gained by the students. MCQ and SVQ were used as the measuring tools for pre and post tests. Recorded scores of pre and post tests were analyzed. A comparative study of both the methods was conducted in terms of conceptual clarity. This is the results and findings. It was noticed that Those students who were subjected to ICT integrated teaching gained more knowledge in comparison to those who learned by conventional methods of teaching. A rating scale in terms of team spirit, concentration, cooperation, recording and reporting was remarkable. Then interpretation of data in statistical method, scores obtained from pre-test and post-test was recorded. A procedure called quartile deviation was used to test measure of dispersion in terms of academic achievements. Then the results were analyzed and discussed here. On the basis of above calculation and interpretation of above data, it was found that achievements of students exposed to ICT integrated teaching is significantly higher than the students taught in conventional methods. Hence, the null hypothesis is rejected and alternative hypothesis is accepted. Intervention of ICT integrated teaching, that is subject specific PowerPoint presentation, videos generates positive attitudes and enable the student to learn better. The students maintain their eagerness for longer period of time and participate in this type of programmed learning. This study provides ample evidence that this approach of teaching creates active learning environment which is more effective than conventional methods for promoting academic achievement, enhancing conceptual understanding with higher order thinking skill and developing a positive attitude towards science. Thank you all.
Kama Acho Dilip.
Dilip Kumar.
You have used rubrics in your study, no?
Yes.
Rubrics.
Rubrics.
Yes. What types of rubrics you have used? You have not mentioned anything about that.
I have noticed clearly the creativity, group work, eagerness, interest,
Okay.
etc.
Then
Spirit.
who rated it? You have used a rating scale, no? You have used a rating scale for data collection? No?
I cannot understand.
Have you used a rating scale? What is the tool you have used?
Oh, tools. Two types of tools are there. One is measuring tools and other one is
What was the measuring tools you have used? Name of it?
subject-based questions and statement-based questions. Statement-based questions and multiple choice questions. These are two measuring tools.
Okay.
In order to quantify the rate of interest or other components of rubrics such as achievements.
What is the sample size of your study?
Samples. 30 numbers of students were selected from class 9th.
You know the meaning of chemoach? Chemoacho? What is the meaning of chemoacho in Assamese?
I cannot understand your.
Okay. You are from Orissa?
I am from Odisha.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any questions or queries from the audience, please?
Your study is good. Then what type of design you used for this experimental study?
Experimental methods of teaching.
Yeah, what design, what type of experimental design? You just mentioned only the experimental method. Is it a single group or double group?
Initially, the students were subjected to conventional methods of teaching. After 2 months, they were subjected with the intervention of 5T program such as smart classroom, e-libraries, and other components of ICT integrated studies. Then all those 30 students.
Same students are there? Same students are there?
Same students are there.
Okay, okay. Yes, sir. Then apart from...
First we have a pre-test. After exposure to 50 initiatives, then we administer post-test and compare both by using a special tools, that is quartile deviation methods.
Okay, apart from achievement test, you use the rubrics or rating scale?
Rubrics also. Actually,
rubrics and rating scale.
Yes, I have used rubrics. Details is mentioned in my project present papers.
Okay, okay, that's all.
Sir, the experimental study was for 2 months. So do you prepare any post-test or pre-test for this experimental research?
Pre-test. After teaching through conventional methods, the students were administered with a pre-test and the marks were recorded. Then they were exposed with
what are the main differences you find out from the results?
Yes, there is the paper. Then after using a special method which is called as quartile deviation, then 25% of students achieve in such rate, then 50% of students will achieve in such rate, and 75% of students will achieve in such rate. Then it is noticed that those students who were exposed to ICT integrated studies did better than the students who were not exposed with ICT integrated study. And it is a recent program. In order, already I have told you, in order to commemorate the 5th term of our Honorable Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik, government has initiated a 5T program, which is called as teamwork, technology, transparency, time and transformation. And these programs is coming under transformation, that is called high school transformation program.
Dilip sir, please, we may conclude the discussion on this paper for now, because we are almost 1 o'clock.
Okay.
We have 2 more papers. So we will conclude the discussion now. If those who are interested from the participants may discuss with Dilip sir later on during the lunch session.
It's very good that
Thank
you
you.
are
Thank you,
participating
Dilip sir.
school level to the conference level. It's very good to see you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, I invite Dr. Venkatesha Meher, Faculty of Education, Department of Education, Anchal Degree College, Padampur, Odisha, to present his paper on the topic, A Critical Analysis of Immersive Learning Environments, Application, Effect and Challenges.
Esteemed chairpersons, faculty members, scholars, and dear friends. So far as my topic is concerned, my paper is based on a review work done by me, and this review work is based on the use of immersive learning environments, and my paper is based on 3 dimensions. You can see in the topic, I have mentioned the 3 dimensions. First of all, I have tried to gather the application of immersive learning environments in education. Then in the second phase of my work, I have tried to know the effects of immersive learning environments. And at the end, I have tried to find out some challenges in Indian and abroad concepts. So first of all, let me tell that this work is completely based on a review work, and for this paper, I have collected a number of 27 literature from different databases like Scopus, ResearchGate, ProQuest, ERIX. So after finding some literature about the immersive learning environment in education, I have prepared this paper. So I have not done any field work, I have not done any data from my primary hand. Through secondary field works, I have done this work. So first of all, I will try to explain the base of the immersive learning environment. So far as the base is concerned, we can see that technology-enabled education is the base of immersive learning environment, and which is an important aspect of ICT-based education in Indian and also in other contexts. So first of all, I will not waste time because I have only 7 minutes in my hand. So within a very short time, I will say the work, entire work. So I will skip for this model, for this paper, I have taken the SAMR model of the study, and this model is based on 4 important dimensions, SAMR, and the last dimension is based on immersive learning environment so far as the fieldwork is concerned. In the last dimension, you can see this model has 2 important components. One is enhancement and one is transformation. And from this model, I just came to know that many of the studies in India and also in abroad are using this model in their research work. And this model gives a description of immersive learning environment, and you can see the last point. At the last point, that is redefinition, you can see that immersive learning technologies are being used. So this is the base of the work. Then I will skip this. And after the review work also, I found that the people are using immersive learning in the form of virtual reality, AR, VR, and mixed reality. I have found it. And so far as the method is concerned, I have told you earlier that my entire work is based on review work. So I have collected some literature by searching the keywords like immersive learning environment, etc. I have searched in the Google, and also I have searched from ProQuest, Scopus, etc. And I have found 27 important literature on this regard, and I have tried to analyze every literature, and I have tried to gather the data about my work. So far as the work is concerned, I have 4 important research questions. The first one is, what are the immersive learning environments used in the field of education? Then second question is, what is the application of immersive learning environment in the field of education? The third question was, what are the effects of immersive learning environment? And last one is, what are the challenges that we find in implementing the immersive learning environments? So as per the 4 questions, I critically analyzed the 27 available literatures in the database, and I found something on this regard. So first of all, when I critically analyzed the literature, I came to know that the most frequently used immersive learning environment in education are these things: game-based learning, experiential learning, simulation-based learning, collaborative learning. These are the most frequently used immersive learning environments in the field of education. So far as the second question is concerned, the application part of ELM, I just found that in the field of STEM, STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. In STEM case, we are finding number of literatures that emerging learning environments are used in STEM. And also I found that in USA, the people are mostly working in immersive learning environments as compared to other countries. I just came it now. Then also I found that these environments are used for various purposes, and we found that the work is based on experiment, observation, questionnaire. These are the application part I have found. Then so far as the effects are concerned, I found that the immersive learning environment has significant effects on all these areas that I have cited. It has positive effect on academic achievement, I found it. Then academic satisfaction, motivation, critical thinking, cognitive affective domains. All these areas have been discovered through the research studies, and I found that immersive learning environment is significant in this regard. Then at the end of the work, I found some challenges, both in India and abroad, and the studies also revealed that these kinds of environments are also becoming a challenge for some people. In this regard, discomfort, limited time, technical problem, difficulty in understanding, insufficient instruction. These are the possible challenges that they have found in the study. So it is all about the entire work. I have covered 4 important dimensions. First one is the most frequently used immersive learning environments, its application, its effect, and finally the challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Please.
Hello, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Just curious. You said you reviewed 27 papers?
Yes, yes.
How many papers were foreign authored and how many papers by Indian authors?
Actually, I have not grouped it, but 5 to 6 papers from Indian authors. 5 to 6 only.
Were all the papers reviewed from a higher education level or school level or like that? Or
Higher, sir.
used
Higher.
Only higher level?
Yes, sir. But, sir, at the first step, I found many papers, but I follow some criteria, and I choose the paper based on higher level only higher level.
Why did you focus on that only? Because immersive environments, etc., will be much useful for the younger students, and I think it is much easier to develop such environments for the younger curriculum, young school curriculum. Then
Yes.
why do you choose that only?
Yes, sir. Sir, actually my interest area was based on higher level, sir. I just tried to know something more about higher education so that we can improve it, we can develop it. So that's why I focus on higher education only, solely from my own interest, but it's wrong. I can improve the paper, and I can also cover the other areas if
Okay, thank you, thank you.
possible.
Anything else from participants' part? Audience, please. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Venkateshwar. Thank you for your paper.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now we are moving to the last presentation. I would like to invite Trishna Rai, Department of Education and Educational Technology, University of Hyderabad, for her paper presentation on the topic Insights into Blended Learning Research, a Thorough Bibliometric Study.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. I'm Trishna from University of Hyderabad. I'm a master's third sem student, so quite inexperienced compared to all other dignitaries. So today I'm going to present this study titled as Insights into Blended Learning Research, a Thorough Bibliometric Study. So these are the contents that I'm going to talk about. So even yesterday, when we have talked about in the inaugural session, Professor Nadda and then Professor Narayanan both of them has said about blended learning that it is the way it is a way of learning in this present scenario. It is the way in this pedagogical shift that is happening currently. So we all know the importance of blended learning. So basically, blended learning is the word. It is derived from the Scandinavian origin, that is blanda, that means to mix. So I will not go through much of that. I would like to say that the purpose of this research was to know about the current scenario, and we have analyzed past 5 years, from 2018 to 2023, we have analyzed 1,673 documents from the database, that is Web of Science, and we have analyzed this number of documents, and then we have found the trends, the prominent areas of research, the countries that are working most in number in blended learning, then the authors and the collaboration among authors as well. So these 6 are my research questions. What are the annual trends in blended learning research per year? I have with publication, how many number of publications and citations. Again, the status of contribution of authors and countries. And then again, the collaboration among the authors and collaboration among countries we have seen, as we are talking about global collaboration, so I thought this is a very good research question it will make. And then again, we have seen what is the co-occurrence of keyword analysis, the author's keyword analysis. Then again, we have done hotspot analysis of term co-occurrence. Then we have tried to find what are the research gaps that can be worked in the future in the area of blended learning. So as I have mentioned, the research design is bibliometric analysis, and I have used mixed method for this research, and 1,673 documents were analyzed from Web of Science, and using VOS Viewer, WPS, and also using Web of Science itself, we have extracted and analyzed the data. So for the quantitative part, annual trend, contribution status, and collaboration status we have checked under the quantitative part, and under the qualitative part we have observed the keyword co-occurrence and hotspot analysis of term co-occurrence. So the term that we have used, in title we have searched the term in quote blended learning. And we have selected articles, proceeding papers, early access review article, all of it. And the past 5 years only, 2018 to 2023. So we have excluded any article that doesn't have the full text. Also, we have excluded any article that is written in any language other than English for researchers' convenience. And now I'm coming to the findings part. So first this is the annual trends, and we are showing the publication and citations, that the numbers we are showing here. If we see closely, we see that from 2018 to 2022, the numbers in publication is moderate. It's not decreasing very much, it's not even increasing very much. But if we see the citation, number of citation, it has increased exponentially, especially in the time of 2020 and 2021, which shows that the effect of COVID, that during the COVID time, people have actually tried to learn more about blended learning. People have worked in different areas, referring blended learning as well. Since the data is collected till only September 23, so please don't consider 2023 data. Okay, so this is the graph based on the previous table. So here the orange line is showing how exponentially citations have increased, whereas the blue bar graphs is showing that the publication is not decreased much, and also it's just like that. So now to address the second research question, the level of contribution of authors and countries. Here are top 10 authors that we have found from Web of Science. We have gone with the most number of publication when we talk about contribution of authors. So Chang Zhu, this researcher is from People's Republic of China. she has published 21 papers within the span of 5 years with citation 332. And like how remarkable work she is doing, that is very much appreciable here. And if we talk about top 10 countries, again, People's Republic of China has topped the list with 233 publications and 1,344 citations. Whereas, if we see USA has the more number of citations compared to People's Republic of China. And good thing is that India is there in the top 10 list. But if we see, if we compare India number of publications in blended learning in India with the first one, People's Republic of China, we see that it's very less. It's almost 1/4 of what publication they have in People's Republic of China. Also in number of citations, India needs to work more on blended learning to get in the top. So here is the collaboration status that I'm trying to show here with, we have analyzed it with VOS viewer, and the co-authorship we are trying to show when we talk about collaboration. We have not done bibliographic coupling or co-citation analysis here. We have only checked the co-authorship among all the influential authors. So I would like to show you here. If the internet permits, then we'll show, we'll be able to see. Yeah. So Chang Zhu, as I have already mentioned, so I'd like to mention here, I'm so sorry, I will have to take some more time for explaining this. So for co-authorship, we have found 4,899 authors in total from 1,673 documents. But we have tried to, we have given the threshold that each author has to have at least one co-authorship with another author. And if that is the case, then how many authors have co-authorship among them? That's what we have tried to check here. So that's how only 29 met this threshold. And we found 5 clusters, as it's clearly visible here, the 5 clusters. So again, if we see Chang Zhu, then she has worked with all the clusters. Whereas, if we see this researcher has only connected with very few people. Yeah, if we see only one link is there, only link strength, only one. So this author has only worked with only another one author. That's it. So yes. So for co-authorship among countries, if we see, again we have seen that we have found 105 countries. We have set the threshold here that at least one publication has to be there for that country, along with one site. This study has to be cited at least in one study. So what we have found here is out of 105 countries, only 99 countries have met the thresholds, whereas 88 countries have only collaborated among them. So here People's Republic of China again has the biggest cluster, and again USA, and third being Indonesia. So this is a item density representation. Previous one was the network visualization map. So here we have tried to see co-occurrence status of authors' keywords in blended learning. We have used binary counting here, and we had 3,758 author keywords in our hand, and we have given the threshold that keyword must have been mentioned, must have been occurred at least 10 times. That is our threshold, 10. So we have found only 66 could meet the threshold. So it's a network representation of that 66 keywords. Next one being the status of term co-occurrence, that we have used hotspot analysis here with fractional counting. So these are the prominent areas of research here. And all these keyword, all the terms here that is being used are mentioned more than 150 times in all other research fields in blended learning. So if we go back to the previous slide, we'll find that blended learning environment is then students' participation, self-efficacy. These are the research areas that still needs to be covered with respect to blended learning. So that is, I think that is a research gap for further research. So that's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Trishna Roy.
Yes,
Are you a
ma'am.
research scholar?
No, ma'am, I'm a third sem student.
Your presentation was very energetic and wonderful.
Thank you, ma'am.
I have only one question, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
How can the insights from your study be translated into practical recommendations for educators and policymakers? Only one question, single question.
Ma'am, as we have seen that India has only 54 publications and 100 something citations. So it is clearly visible that blended learning research is not as much, it's not being done as much as other countries like People's Republic of China, USA or Indonesia. So this can be a message to the policy makers that we need to work more on blended learning. We can work by combine it with teachers' efficacy, students' perception, all these things, ma'am.
Okay, good.
Thank you, ma'am.
Audience, please. Any specific questions? We are almost.
I must congratulate you at this level. You have done an exceptionally wonderful presentation.
Thank you, sir.
But is it only the criteria that once we say the blended mode, is it only that necessity that we should make partnership with other countries? Why not have the co-authorship within the country?
Of course, sir. That's a very good idea. We can do next research on that, sir. Sure.
Thank you.
That's a very good insight, sir.
Okay, we are almost 20 minutes late into the lunch time. So I hope.
So sorry from my side.
I hope we can conclude the session for now. We had 6 papers, 2 papers on the emerging apps, like one from film industry for screenwriting, and one for transcribing the podcasts. There are emerging technologies that we can use even in educational area. Then another 2 papers were from review, especially the last one, which was a very broad depth review of nearly 1700 studies on blended learning. Another one was on 27 studies. Then 2 studies especially were from one teacher education, professional development, and another on school education, ICT integration. All these papers indicate the variety of studies we can take in the digital area, and also many of these new applications as well as the reviews gives insight to the challenges that we face actually in the digital education from many fronts, especially newer applications, the readiness of the population who are using it, like teachers, administrators or students, and also appropriateness of the apps, etc., to different linguistic or cultural contexts. For example, 2 of our presenters were highlighting that many of the apps are not appropriate for the Tamil language. It is to be developed in that way. We are aware from these papers that there are challenges, but there are much progress also. We have to equip to ourselves to meet the challenges of the time. Thank you all for the patient listener, and thank you all the 6 paper presenters for the study they have done and detailed presentation. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. With that, we have come to the end of today's paper presentation. Now, I would like to invite Sauda Bibi, Research Scholar, Department of Education, University of Calicut, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, one and all. On behalf of the organizers, CEC, New Delhi, EMMRC, Department of Education, IQAC, University of Calicut, I am glad to be here to express my vote of thanks. First, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the Honorable Chair, Professor Dr. K. Abdul Ghafoor and Vasumati T., Department of Education, University of Calicut. Their interactions and valuable suggestions shedded light to not only to the delegates, but also to all the researching community gathered here. Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the delegates who presented paper here. You are the superstars of this session. Your big salute to your efforts and thoughts. Next, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to the volunteers and the coordinators of the session. Without you, the event will not be colorful and fruitful. Thank you, and big salute to the volunteers and coordinators. Last but not least, I would like to share my thanks to the teachers, non-teaching staff, research scholars, and the students from various departments gathered here. We all know that audience is the success of all the events. Without the audience, the program will be a failure. So thank you for the audience. You made the event colorful and wonderful. Your interactions make the event a grand success. Thank you one and all. Thank you once again.
We will be pausing now for a lunch break. All are kindly requested to be here by 2 p.m.
Our next session is panel discussion. Since all the panelists are ready, all are requested to be here at sharp 2 p.m.
Is full of possibilities. Technology is one such possibility. It opens up immense potentialities for education. With these possibilities, educational universe is expanding. It's a great moment for the learner to explore this expanding universe of knowledge, exploring the possibilities. The barriers like distance and time have been taken off. Education, which was once confined to place and time, has transcended such limitations. The world is witnessing a unique moment of this change from static to dynamic. Today, the learner can access the best educational content offered by the best teachers. Our role is to actualize this change and facilitate this possibility. Educational Multimedia Research Center has been in the forefront of such a change since its inception. UGC established EMMRCs at different universities nationwide to record and make familiarize India's best laboratories, research developments, creative academic work, also ensuring the rich and vibrant cultural diversities of India portrayed through education channels. EMMRC at Calicut University was established in the year 1998. Consortium for Educational Communication, CEC, is the apex body coordinating the activities of 21 EMMRCs. EMMRC effectively utilize the broadcast technology to usher in the possibilities of worldwide classroom. The remarkable vision behind this was to enable education to reach the unreached through broadcast mode. It marvelously enriched higher education and also induced a spirit for continuous updation of knowledge. Our vision is to provide quality higher
patients who might be
content using modern mass media technologies. This vision was enhanced by the advent of new media technologies. With this came the expanding possibility.
Welcome students. Today, in this session, we shall familiarize on the topic gaseous state. The fraction of molecules or the number of molecules along wire.
It goes on and on. I have generated 10,000 feet per time. Sorry.
primary the presence of lymph node and 5, the patients who might be able to get.
മറിച്ച് നമ്മൾ വിദേശത്തു നിന്ന് കുട്ടികളെ ഇങ്ങോട്ട് ആകർഷിച്ചു വിയറ്റ്നാമിൽ നിന്നും സൗത്ത് ഈസ്റ്റ് ഏഷ്യ.
Life is full of possibilities. Technology is one such possibility.
Okay.
ഇതൊക്കെയാണല്ലോ. ഹലോ മൈക്ക് ടെസ്റ്റ്. ഹലോ 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 ഹലോ. അല്ല അത് ഓണാക്കൂ. എന്നിട്ട് ഇതെല്ലാം അവിടെ വരുന്നുണ്ടോ നമുക്ക് ചെക്ക് ചെയ്യണ്ടേ, ക്രോസ് ചെക്ക് ചെയ്യണം. അത് ഓണാക്കും. ഇനി ഒരു മണി ഓഫ് ചെയ്യണ്ട. ഞാൻ ജസ്റ്റ് ഊരി തരാം അല്ലേ? അതല്ലേ നല്ലത്.
ഹലോ ഹലോ ഹലോ. കൂടുതലാണോ? കട്ട് ചെയ്യണോ?
ഒരു പൊടി കട്ട് ചെയ്തത്.
ഏതാണ്
ഫ്രീക്വൻസി കയറിയിട്ടുണ്ടല്ലോ.
അതാ ഇന്ത്യയാണ്.
അല്ല നീ 2 മൈക്ക് ഓണാക്കി എടുത്ത് വെച്ചിട്ടാണോ? ഹലോ ഹലോ.
അതൊക്കെ കട്ട് ചെയ്ത് വെച്ചില്ലേ? ഇതെത്ര കട്ട് ചെയ്യണോ? പറയ്. മതിയോ? ഓക്കെ ആണോ? ഹലോ 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 ഹലോ. ഇതിനകത്തില്ലല്ലോ. ഞാൻ പറയുന്നില്ലല്ലോ. ഹലോ ഹലോ ഹലോ. ഹലോ. ഹലോ 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 ഹലോ. ഹലോ 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 ഹലോ. അങ്ങനെ വരില്ലല്ലോ. അങ്ങനെ എല്ലാത്തിലും വരില്ലേ? ഹലോ 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 ഹലോ. ഹലോ ഇത് ഹലോ ഹലോ ഹലോ. ഹലോ ഹലോ. ഇതിൽ കുറച്ച് കൂടുതലാണ്. ഞാൻ ഇതിൽ കുറയ്ക്കട്ടെ. ഇതിൽ നല്ല പീക്ക് കാണിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്.
ഒന്ന് കുറച്ച് നോക്കട്ടെ. അവിടെ കുറക്കില്ലേ? ഒറ്റ സെക്കൻഡ്. ഹലോ അപ്പ ഇതൊക്കെ കറക്റ്റല്ലേ? ഹലോ ആ ഇവിടെ കയറി കിടക്കുന്നോണ്ടാണ് ഇതാവുന്നത്. ആ അല്ല ആ ഒരു ചെറുതായിട്ട് ഇത് കയറുന്നു. ഹലോ ഇനി കുറക്കണോ? ഹലോ 13 കുറച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. 13 കുറച്ചിട്ടാണ് ഞാനിപ്പം വെച്ചത്. ഹലോ -36. അതിന്റെ സിഗ്നൽ ലെഫ്റ്റിൽ വരുന്ന നോക്ക്. അത് നല്ല പീക്കിലേക്ക് കയറുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, പീക്ക് അടിക്കുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കുറയ്ക്ക്. പീക്ക് ലെഫ്റ്റിലെ ആ സിഗ്നൽ നോക്കിയാൽ മതി. ലെഫ്റ്റിലെ സിഗ്നല് നോക്കിയാൽ മതി. അതിൽ സിഗ്നൽ കാണിക്കില്ലേ? റെഡി ആയി. ഹലോ അതിൽ കുറച്ച് സൈഡിലെ ഫ്രീക്വൻസി കറക്റ്റ് ആണ്. 524 800 mH. അത് മാറ്റണ്ട, അത് ഓക്കെയാണ്. ഈ സൈഡിൽ ഒറ്റ സെക്കൻഡ് ഈ ലെവലില്ലേ, അത് AF ഇതിൽ കാണിക്കുന്നില്ല. അല്ലേ ഇത് വേണിച്ച ഇതിൽ കുറച്ച് dB കുറച്ചാൽ മതി. ആ 0 അത് കിട്ടും. മെനു ഇടിക്കും. സെറ്റില് അതിൽ പോട്ടെ. അതന്നെ ഇനി പോല്ലേ. ഇതാണ് സെറ്റ് പിടിക്ക്. അത് കൂട്ടണ്ട കുറച്ച് ഹലോ ഓക്കെ കൂട്ടല്ലേ? ഹലോ ഇത് ഓക്കെ അല്ലേ? ഇത് ഓക്കെ ആണോ? ഹലോ ഓക്കെ. ഇത് മൈനസ് സംതിങ്. ഇത് ഓഫ് ആക്കട്ടെ. ഹലോ ചെക്ക് മൈക്ക് ചെക്ക്. ഹലോ ചെക്ക്. ഓക്കെ ഇത് ഓക്കെ. സെക്കൻഡ് ഓക്കെ. ഹലോ ചെക്ക്.
കിട്ടുന്നുണ്ടല്ലോ അല്ലേ? ഇനി മതി.
ഹലോ
ഇത് നിനക്ക് കിട്ടാത്തതല്ലേ?
ഹലോ ചെക്ക്. അല്ലെ ലെവല് കാണിക്കണമെന്നില്ലല്ലോ, നമുക്ക് ഓക്കെ അല്ലേ? ബാക്കിയുള്ള ചെക്ക് ചെയ്യും. ഹലോ ചെക്ക്. ഓക്കെ ഇത് ഓക്കെ അല്ലേ? ഓക്കെ ഹലോ മൈക്ക് ചെക്ക്. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, check. Off ആകട്ടെ. The third one. Check, hello, check, hello, hello, check, hello, check, hello, check, mic check, hello, 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 check, hello, check, hello, hello, check, hello, check, okay? ഇത് ഓക്കെ അല്ലേ? സൗണ്ട് ലെവൽ ഓക്കെ അല്ലേ? വണ്ണിൻ്റെ ലെവല് -30 ആക്കി അപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. എല്ലാ മൈക്കും അതതിൻ്റെ നേരക്ക് വെക്കാം. ഇത് ഏതായാലും 3 അത് തുറന്നാൽ മതി.
ഹലോ, ഇത് ഹലോ ഹലോ
ഹലോ ഹലോ ഹലോ ഹലോ ഹലോ ഹലോ ഹലോ ഹലോ
സ്റ്റിക്കറുണ്ട് നമ്മൾ
ഹലോ ചെക്ക്.
ഇതിപ്പോൾ അതേതാ?
ഇത് മൂന്നാമത്തെ
ഓരോന്ന് നമുക്ക് കുറച്ചിട്ട് നോക്കാം.
ഹലോ ഹലോ മൈക്ക് ടെസ്റ്റ്. ഹലോ ഹലോ
ഹലോ ഹലോ ഹലോ
ഹലോ ഹലോ ഹലോ ഞാൻ ഏതാന്ന് നോക്കുവോ? 1 ആണോ 2 ആണോ?
ഷോൾഡറിൽ വെച്ച് ഇവിടെ വെച്ചാൽ
ഹലോ ഇതാ ഹൗൾ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട് കേട്ടോ. ഹലോ ഹലോ
ഹലോ
ഹലോ
ഹലോ ഹലോ ഹലോ
വണ്ണിൻ്റെ ലെവലൊന്ന് കുറയ്ക്കും.
ഹലോ
ഞാനാരാ? ഞാനാണോ 1? ഓക്കെ, എന്താ ചെയ്യണ്ടേ പറയൂ. ഹലോ, ഇത് DP കുറയ്ക്കാനാണോ പറയണേ? നോക്കട്ടെ നോക്കട്ടെ.
ഹലോ ചെക്ക്. ഹലോ ചെക്ക്.
-30.
ഹലോ ചെക്ക്. ഹലോ ചെക്ക്. ഇത്
ഹലോ
-30.
ഹലോ
ഞാൻ -30
അതിന്റെ
ആണ്.
റിസീവർ നോക്ക് കേട്ടോ.
നിതിനൊന്ന് സംസാരിക്കോ? നിതിൻ
ഹലോ 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 സത്യ വേഗം.
ഹലോ ചെക്ക്. ഹലോ ചെക്ക്.
ഓക്കെ, നിതിൻ്റെ കയ്യിലുള്ളത് 3 ആണ്.
ഹലോ ഹലോ സത്യ കിട്ടുന്നില്ലേ എൻ്റേത്?
-30 കൊടുത്തത്.
എൻ്റേത് -30 ആണ്.
-30 കൊടുത്താൽ ചിലപ്പോൾ റിസീവറിൽ കൊടുത്താൽ നല്ല പറയാൻ മതി കേട്ടോ. കിട്ടലുണ്ടാവില്ല. 0 ഒക്കെ എടുത്ത് കൊടുത്താൽ മതി.
അതെ, ലഞ്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞ് ആളുകൾ വന്നു തുടങ്ങി പെട്ടെന്ന് ഇതിനകത്ത് ഇരിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യും. അടുത്ത സെഷൻ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ഹലോ ഹലോ മൈക്ക് ടെസ്റ്റ്. ഹലോ 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 എടാ, ഞാൻ -30 കിടക്കുന്നത്. അത് മതിയോ? ഓക്കെ, മതിയില്ലേ? ഔട്ട്. ഇനി ഇതിന്റെ ഔട്ട് വരുന്നുണ്ടോന്ന് നോക്കുവോ? നിതിന്റെ ഔട്ട് വരുന്നുണ്ടോന്ന് ക്രോസ് ചെക്ക് ചെയ്യോ?
നിന്റെ ഔട്ട് ഓക്കെ അല്ലേ?
നിതിയുടെ ഔട്ട് ഓക്കെ ആണോ?
തേർഡ് ഓക്കെ ആണോ?
അല്ല,
ഹലോ ചെക്ക്. തേർഡ് ഓക്കെ ആണോ? ഓക്കെ ആണ്. ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത് കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ടോ? ഹെഡ്സെറ്റ് വെച്ചു. ലൈവില് കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ടോ? ഞാൻ പറയണോണ്ട് എനിക്കറിയില്ല. അത് ഓക്കെ. എന്നാൽ ഞാൻ ക്ലോസ് ചെയ്യട്ടെ.
ഏതാ അറിയോ?
ഹലോ ചെക്ക്. ഹലോ 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 ഓക്കെ. ഹലോ 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 ഹലോ. എൻ്റെ കയ്യിൽ ലെവല് കുറച്ച് കുറവാണെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നുണ്ട് കേട്ടോ. ഇവിടെ അപ്പ് ചെയ്യണോ? ഇവിടെ അപ്പ് ചെയ്യണോ? അവിടെ അപ്പ് ചെയ്താൽ മതി. ഓക്കെ അല്ലേ? ഇപ്പം കുഴപ്പമില്ല, തീക്കാവുന്നുണ്ട്. ഓക്കെ. ഞാനത് ഓഫ് ചെയ്തേ.
ഹലോ ഹലോ മൈക്ക് ടെസ്റ്റ്. ഹലോ
ഹലോ.
ഹൗൾ ചെയ്യണ്ടോ? ഇല്ലല്ലോ. ഹലോ സത്യ.
അതൊക്കെ.
ഹലോ ഹലോ ഹലോ
ഹലോ
ഹലോ ഹലോ ഹലോ ഹലോ
ഹലോ ചെക്ക്. ഹലോ ചെക്ക്. ഹലോ
ഹലോ
ഹലോ ചെക്ക്.
ഹലോ.
അല്ല 3 ചേർ അത് വേറെ ഒരാളോട് ഇടാൻ പറയാ.
ഹലോ
അതിട്ടോ.
ഹലോ
ഹലോ ചെക്ക്. ഹലോ ചെക്ക്.
അല്ല
ഹലോ ചെക്ക്.
അവരെവിടെ? നമ്മളെ ചെയ്യേണ്ടത് ഇപ്പോൾ.
ഹലോ ചെക്ക്.
നമ്മളെല്ലാം കൂടെ ചെയ്യാം. ഹലോ ഹലോ.
എൻ്റെ സൗണ്ട് ഓക്കെ ആണോ? തേർഡ് വൺ
പറഞ്ഞു.
ഹലോ 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 ഹലോ. തേർഡ് വൺ ഓക്കെ ആണോ? നോയ്സ് ഉണ്ടോ? ഓക്കെ അല്ലേ?
ഞാൻ സെക്കൻഡ് വൺ അല്ലേ? ഹലോ
ബീന ബി സെക്കൻഡ്
വൺ അല്ലേ? ഞാൻ ഫസ്റ്റ്. ഓക്കെ ഞാൻ ഫസ്റ്റ്.
എന്നാ ചെയറിൽ വെക്കാല്ലേ?
ഹലോ 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 ഹലോ. ഹോൾ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ടോ?
ഇല്ല.
ഓക്കെ ലെവൽ ഓക്കെ ആണോ?
ഈ ലെവൽ ഓക്കെ അല്ലേ?
ലെവൽ ഓക്കെ ആണോടാ? ഹലോ
ഹലോ
ഹലോ ഹലോ മൈക്ക് ടെസ്റ്റ്. ഹലോ
പറഞ്ഞോളൂ.
ഹലോ ഹലോ.
സോറി, ഞാനിവിടെ ചെക്കിങ്ങിലാണ്. ഇവിടെ ചെക്ക് ചെയ്തോണ്ടിരിക്കാണ് മൈക്ക്.
ഹലോ ഹലോ. ദീപ്തേച്ചിയാ?
സ്റ്റുഡിയോന്ന് സ്റ്റിക്കർ
എടുക്കാനല്ലേ? ഊണ് കഴിച്ചു 2 o'clock.
ഹലോ ചെക്ക്. ഹലോ ചെക്ക്.
ഇല്ലേ? ഹലോ
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 ചെക്ക്. ഹലോ ചെക്ക്.
ഹലോ ഒരു ചെയ്യാമേ. ഹലോ ഹലോ
ഹലോ ചെക്ക്. ഹലോ ചെക്ക്.
ഹലോ
ഹലോ ചെക്ക്.
ഹലോ ഹലോ ഹലോ.
ദീപേച്ചിക്ക് കൊടുക്ക്.
ഹലോ ദീപയാണോ?
സെന്റർ പൊസിഷൻ.
ഹലോ
എത്രണ്ണം?
ഇതാണോ?
3
ഹലോ
എത്രണ്ണം?
ഇത് മോഡറേറ്ററാണ്. ഓക്കെ ഞാനിവിടെ ഇരുന്നാ മതിയോ?
ഷോൾഡറിൽ ഇവിടെ വെക്കണം.
ഹലോ മൈക്ക് ടെസ്റ്റ്. ഹലോ 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 ഹലോ. എടാ ഓടിയോ നോക്കിയോ? അതവിടെ നോക്ക്. ഔട്ട് ഉണ്ടോ നോക്ക്. ഹലോ
നല്ല
അത് അവരുടെ മൈക്കാണ്. അവരുടെ അപ്പ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വരും. ചിക്കൻ ബിരിയാണി അത് അവിടെ അപ്പ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വരും. അത് കഴിച്ചില്ല.
ഞങ്ങൾ കഴിച്ചില്ല.
ഫീഡർ അപ്പ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വരും. മിതു ഫീഡർ അപ്പ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വരും. അത് അവിടെ കുറഞ്ഞു കിടക്കുമായിരിക്കും. അത് അവരുടേതല്ലേ? ഹലോ ഹലോ. എന്താ ബിരാപ്പി? എന്താ ഒന്നും പറയരുതേ. ഇത് പറയാനുണ്ടോ? ഇല്ല. സ്പീക്കർ കപ്പയൊക്കെ നന്നായി കഴിച്ചില്ലേ? നിങ്ങൾ കപ്പയൊക്കെ തിന്നു അല്ലേ? ഞങ്ങൾ കഴിച്ചിട്ടില്ല. ഞങ്ങൾ ഓടി ചെക്ക് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയായിരുന്നു.
check. Hello, hello.
ഹലോ, കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ടോ? റെഡി അല്ലേ?
റെഡി? ഓക്കെ.
ഞാൻ ഓക്കെ അല്ലേ?
ആണ്.
പീനാപ്പി ഓക്കെ?
Hello.
ഞാൻ ഓക്കെ.
ഞാൻ ഓക്കെ.
Hello. Hello, check. Hello, hello. Hello, check. Hello, hello. Hello, check. Hello. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, check. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, check. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, check. Hello, hello, hello. Mic check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, hello. Hello. Hello, hello.
ഹലോ, ഹലോ.
നമ്മളത്
ഹലോ,
കേൾക്കുന്നില്ല. ആ,
ഹലോ,
കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ടല്ലോ.
ഹലോ. എന്റെ ശബ്ദം ഇല്ലല്ലോടാ?
ഉണ്ട് 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 കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ട്.
ഹലോ, ഹലോ, ചെക്ക്.
ഞാനില്ല.
ഉണ്ട്, കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ട്.
കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ടോ?
ഓ.
എന്നാ എനിക്ക് കേൾക്കാഞ്ഞിട്ടാ, സോറി. ഹലോ. ഓക്കെ, കൂവുന്നുണ്ടോ ഞാൻ? എടാ, കൂവുന്നുണ്ടടാ മക്കളെ. ഹലോ, 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 ഹലോ. എന്താ അവസ്ഥ? എന്താ അവസ്ഥ? ഹലോ. പെർസ്പെക്ടീവ്സ് ഓൺ ഫ്യൂച്ചർ ഓഫ് ഡിജിറ്റൽ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ. ഇൻക്ലൂസീവ്, ഇമ്മേഴ്സീവ്. വരുന്നുണ്ടോ മക്കളെ?
ഞാൻ കട്ട് ചെയ്യട്ടെ?
ആ,
കട്ട് ചെയ്യട്ടെ?
ഇയോടാ, ഇത് 1, 2, 3. മിഥു ഫോർത്ത് വൺ. നീ ഓഫ് ചെയ്യട്ടെ? എന്തോ
Culture and tradition. Nalanda, Taxila,
CEC's undergraduate and postgraduate MOOCs are hosted and accredited by various educational institutions pan-India. India has the second largest higher education system in the world. However, our higher education system has its own share of challenges, like low gross enrollment ratio, GER, of 27.1% in higher education sector, scarcity of faculty, infrastructure and facilities, redundancy in teaching practices, various socio-economic and geographic barriers, high cost of higher education,
So now we are moving on to our next session, which is panel discussion. So the panel discussion is on the topic re-engineering faculties and futuristic education. First, let me introduce our esteemed moderator, Dr. K. Aisha Swapna, Principal, Farooq College. Dr. Sajida M.A., HOD of Department of English, University of Calicut. Now, I would be honored to introduce our esteemed panelist, Professor Dr. M.K. Jairaj, Vice Chancellor, University of Calicut, Professor Jagat Bhushan Nadha, Director, Consortium for Educational Communication, New Delhi, Professor Dr. P.G. Shankaran, Vice Chancellor, Cochin University of Science and Technology. For welcome address, I would like to invite Sri Damodar Prasad, Director, EMS University of Calicut.
Well, good afternoon to all. This is only a formal welcome. The panelists will be introduced to you in detail by our the moderator, Dr. Sajida, HOD of English Department. So this is a formal welcome, and we will be having a launch of the higher education app developed by EMRC. We have with us our CEC Director, Dr. Nadha, then our Vice Chancellor, Professor M.K. Jairaj sir, then CUSAT Vice Chancellor, Professor P.G. Shankaran. Professor. EMRC has developed an higher education app. This, I think none of the universities in Kerala have developed a web app for dissemination of educational content. This is the first university to develop an higher education app for content dissemination, and first EMRC among 21 EMRCs to do so. So this higher education app contains all the videos that we have produced in 86 odd UG subjects and also other PG subjects. Along with that, we have the transmission of DTH Swayamprabha, then the documentaries that we have produced, the archives that we are able to access from CEC, all the materials that we are able to access from the CEC archives, all those materials will be made accessible in this this higher education app. It would be of much use to the higher UG and PG students because they can access through this app anytime the contents in different subject area, in different disciplines. So first is a launching function. We'll begin with a short video. First a short video of the app. So we'll play. Which explains, it's a kind of a promo of the video. App.
How do we?
The formal launch of the app will be by the 3 dignitaries here and also Saida by clicking on to the app installed in there. And you can also actually do that, either install or just click on to the installed app, so that we can a collective inauguration of the, a collective launch of the web higher education app. If you have any doubt, Shrimjit or Deepa will explain. So one more video. One more video. There is one more video which as part of the launch.
No, which video? Your video?
No, yeah.
Welcome students. Today in this session we shall familiarize on the topic gaseous state. The fraction of molecules or the number of molecules along y-axis and
Sometimes it goes on and on. I have generated 10,000 times. Sorry.
Primary presence of lymph node notify the patients who might be able to get.
മറിച്ച് നമ്മൾ വിദേശത്തു നിന്നും കുട്ടികളെ ഇങ്ങോട്ട് ആകർഷിച്ചു. വിയറ്റ്നാമിൽ നിന്നും സൗത്ത് ഈസ്റ്റ് ഏഷ്യ.
Life is full of possibilities. Technology is one such possibility.
Sir, once again, I like to emphasize this is the first attempt by any universities or any MRCs in developing an app of this kind of content, disseminating.
Congratulations.
So, some persons who are actively involved, I would like to introduce them. One is Fayaz, who was a student of the CCIT, who collaborated with us in development. Now he has a startup. Please come, sir. I would also like to introduce the persons from our side, the team members who are active. Shrimjit is a technician, Deeva, who is academic coordinator, and Samjit, who is engineer. These three persons were actively involved in the development of MOOC right from its beginning stage. And also the graphics artist, our Anish, developed the interface, the whole thing. And also Unni was also involved in this. So these are the persons who were actively involved in the development. Now I request Saida to take over. Thank you.
Thank you, DP. I hope I'm audible. So we are in the post-lunch session of the second day of the National Seminar, Perspectives on Futures of Digital Education, Inclusive, Immersive, and Equitable. This panel discussion we cannot start without giving a big round of applause to the EMMRCT. This could be the first kind of a conference where you get something as an app, where you can take it home, you can try it, and you can experiment it. With that, let me introduce the panelists in front of you. Our Vice Chancellor, Professor M.K. Jayaraj, who has been a constant support to the University of Calicut. He is a panelist here. I welcome you, sir, to this session. Professor Jagat Bhushan Nada, Director, Consortium for Educational Communication, New Delhi. We are inspired by your words, sir, and for formality's sake, we welcome you to the panel discussion. Professor P.G. Shankaran, Vice Chancellor of Cochin University of Science and Technology. He has traveled all the way from Cochin to be part of this conference. We welcome you, sir. I remember one instance in my life when I was just bedridden after a surgery. It was in 2018. I was given leave by the college. It was not necessary for me to go to the college and do my duties. But I felt how bored it was to stay in the bed. Though physically, I was a little difficult for me, mentally, I was strong. I wanted to do something. It was the first time that I registered for an online course, and within 3 months, I could complete it successfully. That made me think about the inclusive nature of education. Actually, we are keeping our students at a distance, saying, you are physically not competent, you are not able to do this. And this technology combination, by bridging bringing education and technology together, we are opening the scenario, we are opening a big field for the people who are kept at the margin. So thanks to technology and thanks to the COVID times, the teachers understood how much they are illiterate in technology. And it was a time when most of the teachers had to undergo a lot of training programs because they understood the knowledge that they have, it is not at all competent. They were registering for many kind of courses. I remember I was also part of Cochin University's online course, and we tried to shift the change from the traditional method, the traditional barriers, to a very student-friendly method, I would say. Everything was in a big change, and even the assessment, the assignments which the students submitted during that time. So here, technology plays a very important role, and in this panel, we will have a very lively discussion on re-engineering faculty's futuristic education. And as the keynote speaker pointed out yesterday, Dr. M.V. Narayan was the keynote speaker yesterday. He said that the mindset of the teacher should change in order to bring any change in the field of education. I also happened to see a video in which the changes in different fields were being included, where actually in medical field, in engineering field, great changes have taken place. But what about the change in the educational scenario? Our students are still sitting on the bench and desk, and they are at the receiving end, and the teachers are delivering. And some teachers bring some sort of changes by integrating technology. So I am very eager, all of us are very eager to listen to this eminent panelist. So let's start the discussion with our Vice Chancellor, Professor M.K. Jairaj.
Good afternoon. Am I audible? Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I congratulate the EMRC, which was the first mobile app on the content of higher education. As you are watching this mobile app, is it audible? Hello?
Thank you.
Yeah. As you watch the mobile app, you can see that amount of effort which has gone into it. The content writing, or rather script writing, then editing, video editing, anime examination, all these things are clubbed to form this video. And we all say that we are all familiar with online mode of education because of the pandemic period. We are all using that some kind of platform to communicate with students. But if you look back, we are doing just what we are doing in the classroom. A monologue between the screen and assuming that the students are present there. And all of you know the strength and even physically present in a classroom cannot more than 45 minutes. So without seeing physically present the student, you are communicating with them, not sure about their attitude and their presence in the classroom.
Check.
Yes, coming back to this topic of discussion, as all of you know, the higher education is going a drastic change. The national education policy has come. Similarly, the Kerala Higher Education Council has proposed a model in line with the national education policy. One of the things you have to remember is we had many commissions before this national education policy, Radhakrishnan Commission, Kothari Commission, and you can look the amount of discussion they have made. If I remember correctly, the Radhakrishnan Commission has about 29 committees. Similarly, Kothari Commission also have many committees, and they have discussion with all the stakeholders, students, parents, and all the university communities, their discussion. But coming to national education policy, which is a 7-member committee, in the draft, in the report also they say that it's an out-of-box ideas. Maybe based on their experience, some of the committee members were experienced in foreign countries. I would rather say that this report was not discussed with any stakeholders, and the discussion started after the implementation of national education policy, and in line with we have the Kerala Higher Education Commission. Now the commission says that the education should be inclusive, it should be accessible, and it should be affordable. So you look the present scenario itself. Kerala may be an exemption because education is accessible. Being Kerala more like an urban nature, most of the places you have an accessible to education and colleges. But it is not so throughout India. There are remote villages, there are colleges which is not approachable or reachable to the students. So accessibility still is an issue in India, and inclusiveness. And if you look why in Kerala has number of colleges, there are many reasons. You can think that there is a missionary, there was a social reformers. Maybe the bigger reason may be the Land Reform Act, which gives the power and economically stable society. So they started colleges and schools. The same is the case if you look in Malabar area. After the Gulf, there are a number of colleges coming up in the Malabar area. So that made accessible to students to these colleges. So accessibility is very important. And if you look whether this is the case, even if it comes to the digital, what about the digital literacy? What about the digital gadgets? I can cite many examples. Example, in 70s, there was a statistics shows that 80% of the schools in Kerala has blackboards, whereas in many of the north states, for example, Bihar, they have only 17% of school which has a blackboard. So that is a kind of disparity is in the whole of India. And even in the pandemic period, you might have read the case. In Kerala, we had 80 to 90% students has accessible to digital platforms and digital gadgets, whereas the same statistics says that in other part of India, there was only 15% in some parts and maybe in some place below 20%. So that is the divide which is happening in this case. Again, coming to national education policy, we are saying that it should be multidisciplinary universities. And when you have multidisciplinary universities, and even if you introduce the 4-year program, what will happen? And we give so many flexibilities to students to take courses. So those colleges which has a minimal number of programs, their existence become a big issue. Colleges which has something like 3,000 students, just introducing the 4-year program, they'll become students with a strength of 4,000 to 5,000. So the colleges with unitary programs, less number of programs, they'll be shutting down, and the colleges will, some of the colleges will grow up. This is true if you look at all the Western countries or Europe or in any other countries. You can see that any university means the number of students is 30,000, 20,000 and above that. So university, a multidisciplinary university will have a structure which has a student strength of maybe 10,000, 30,000, and it should be very research intensive universities. So that is kind of structure which I foresee to evolve within 5 to 10 years. So there is nothing wrong. This is the structure in, if you look any country, you can see, for example, I used to cite an example, the Malaysia, which has a population just below our population, which is only 3.2 crore. They have 67 universities. And Canada, which is a 3.9 crore population, they have 97 universities. So the structure of which I foresee is in India also you will have universities where you have large number of students coming to the university, and you have a strong base in research. The undergraduate program also stress in the area of research. This is because one of the indicators of development is Human Development Index, which is measured by the number of researchers per lakh of population. In India, we have something like 30 researchers per lakh of population, compared to Denmark, which is leading in the list, which is 600 researchers per lakh of population. So in the next 20 to 20 years, I foresee that the number of universities, including private universities, coming up in a bigger way, and more concentration on research activity. And the smaller colleges, they have to change that. Maybe they can impart some skills. In the US also there is kind of community colleges where they train the students on certain skills. Everyone need not be a graduate. They can be a skill can be imparted on to them. And one of the advantages of digital education is it is accessible provided that you have gadgets and connectivity. And we have to change the classroom structure. I myself have listened many of the eminent speakers, even the NPTL, and even from, I come from a background of physics. So if you look at NPTL, there is a lecture series for the whole core course of physics. For example, nuclear physics, which is run by H.C. Verma. And if you listen to that lecture, there is no need to attending any other class. So better ways, let us be open to the students. Let us ask them to listen to that lectures. Next day, let them come to our class, and we can have a discussion. Many examples are there. There are MIT process like Lewin. There is Leonard Susskind, which discuss about the string theory and all. So at least in higher education sector, at least in postgraduate level or in the final years of undergraduate level, they can listen to this kind of NPTL lectures and come into the classroom and to have discussion. There is no point to making everyone making a video class. It's a very time consuming. We all say that we took class in online. That is just we are doing the same thing which we are used to do in the classroom. Just lecture them. It was a monologue. There is no. So I don't know what is the span of the attention of the students to that kind of lectures we had been given during the pandemic time. It was like rituals we did before the camera or before this. So if you want to have a good digital education, you need people who are experienced in making scripting, creating contents, and you need graphic designers and also the animation. These are all required. And also now there is a virtual reality and augmented reality, which you can use to even to experiential learning. There is lab, even the surgery you can perform using the virtual reality. You get the experience, actual experience. But these are all only substitute. There is it's not a alternative to classroom teaching. These are all just substitute which can enhance your teaching experience and learning experience. There are other aspects also, like AI, which is coming to in the research area also. Just a few weeks back, there is a Nature into my research area. For example, when you are as a material scientist, designing new materials in a periodic table, there are n number of elements, you can make n number of combinations. And as a researcher, they take 7-8 months to analyze all the previous works and how to combine these materials to make a new material. But now they have come up with a chatbot where you ask certain specific applications, certain specific properties. They are confined to the scientific literature. They come up with suggestions. This combination can lead to better properties, and so that is a possibility. At the same time, there are many challenges which is there, which I believe that the same kind of challenge we had in 70s. I pointed out that we had 80% classrooms with blackboard, whereas in north of India, some states only 17% blackboard. And during pandemic also we see, I read the report in Hindu that we had about 80 to 90% students are reachable through online or online platform, whereas in Bihar and all they had only 17% connectivity. So when it comes to digital education also, this disparity will be rare, and we have to overcome this, and let us see that challenges as an opportunity and overcome this. I can add if anything else in the later stage. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was really enlightening. digital education will make education inclusive, accessible, and affordable. There is always a question whether it is a digital divide or digital provide. So Sir has rightly pointed out the possibilities and challenges. So earlier also we had this kind of challenges. He has quoted the example from the blackboard, the number of blackboards that we had in Kerala and in northern states. So thank you, sir. We'll get back to you soon. Now let's listen to Professor Shankaran.
Good afternoon, Professor Jairaj, Professor Nanda, other distinguished dignitaries, faculty members, research students, and my dear friends. At the outset, I thank the organizers of this seminar for inviting me to give some ideas on digital education and faculty re-engineering. I also congratulate for installing or introducing a new app by EMRC for in the context of digital learning is very important. What I am going to do now is I will have three parts. One is what are the current challenges facing by higher education sector. So we should understand the current challenges facing the higher education sector so that we can discuss the digital education or digital learning in detail. Second part is what is the scope of or what are the different possibilities of digital education or e-learning, etc. Which already mentioned, some of the ideas are already mentioned by Professor Jairaj, the Honorable Vice Chancellor. Then third part is how these faculty can be re-engineering in the current context, where a lot of changes are happening due to technological advancement. If you look at the higher education sector, we can see the number of challenges. For example, if you look at the independence period during 1915, we had 50 higher education institutions in India. Only 50 higher education institutions, including universities and some of the higher education institutions, 50 in number. If you look at the current context or this period during 2023 or 2022, number of universities in India, including private and deemed, etc., 1,400, more than 1,400. So there is a tremendous enhancement in the number of universities or number of higher education institutions in India. Naturally, there will be a quantification in the higher education sector, especially for last 3-4 decades. After 1980 or 1990, there is a huge quantification in the context of higher education sector. But if you look at the quality of education, you can see that none of the Indian universities or even in the Indian higher education institution got ranked above 150. If you look at the premier institute, Indian Institute of Science, the rank of the Indian Institute of Science, the international ranking, Times ranking or QS ranking, you can see that this is between 150 and 200. None of the Indian universities got ranked above 150. And that means even if you take IITs and newly instituted ICEs or other things, there is a massive funding in the higher education sector by Government of India, but still the ranking, if you compare the ranking, the ranks are between 300 to 400 or that range. That means there are serious problems in the higher education sector which were understood very well by Government of India, and Kerala also, Government of Kerala understood very well. In view of this, the Government of India appointed a committee in 2017 and they submitted a report which we referred as naturally National Education Policy. This is the idea. What they found, or even Government of Kerala appointed three commissions, three different commissions. One, the primarily one is Dr. Shambi Meno Commission. They also investigated the problems faced by higher education sector in Kerala. Then the common challenges or common problems they identified, both the commissions, if you look at, one is the severely fragmented higher education ecosystem. Second one is less emphasis on the development of cognitive skills and learning outcomes. It's a rigid separation of disciplines, even with early specialization and streaming of students into narrow areas of study. For example, you can see that BBA course or even BSc biotechnology course, etc. You can see. Then limited access, particularly in the socio-economically disadvantaged areas. Kerala, it may not be that much vital, but in outside Kerala, this is a vital point. Limited teacher and institutional autonomy also. Inadequate mechanism for merit-based career management and progression of faculty and institutional leaders. Lesser emphasis on research at most universities and colleges. And recently, some of the colleges, they have started the research centers and they are doing very well. But in short, if you consider generally the number of PhD produced from a college or some institution is very low, and suboptimal governance and leadership in higher education institution. These are some problems. Then how to tackle or how to address these challenges or these problems, that is a basic thing which we are doing, means Government of India is doing or Government of Kerala is doing, or the higher education institutional leaders, they are trying to overcome these problems. This is the one aspect which I am going to think. Then that means the world is undergoing rapid changes in the knowledge landscape with various dramatic and scientific and technological advances such as rise of big data or machine learning and artificial intelligence tools. Many unskilled jobs worldwide may be taken over by the machines, while the need for a skilled workforce, particularly involving mathematics, computer science and data science will be increasingly in demand. Further, with the quickly changing employment landscape and global ecosystem, it is becoming increasingly critical that students not only learn, but more importantly, learn how to learn. Education must move towards less content and more towards learning about how to think critically and solve problems, and how to be creative and multidisciplinary, and how to innovate, adapt, and absorb new material in novel and changing fields. So pedagogy must evolve to make education more experiential, holistic, integrated, inquiry-driven, discovery-oriented, learner-oriented, discussion-based, flexible, and of course, enjoyable. So education must build character, enable leaders to be ethical, rational, compassionate, and caring, while at the same time prepare them for gainful, fulfilling employment. So the gap between the current state of learning outcomes and what is required must be bridged through the undertaking major reforms that bring the highest quality, equity and integrity into the system, from early childhood care and education through the common education through higher education. So this is a situation. If you look at the technological advancements, Professor Jairaj already mentioned the AI and other things. But the technological advancement, what you can see now, when we were very young or during the school studying period, and the land phone introduced it. So it took almost 50 years of time, 40 to 50 years time to reach 50 million people in India. Then, because we were waiting, our parents, they were waiting to get this land phone. It is not accessible, in the sense, are not affordable sometimes. Okay, that is. But when you consider the mobile phone, which was introduced in 90s, and the older version of the mobile phone, that Nokia small mobile phone, it took only 5 years to reach 50 million people. But if you take the smartphone, which was introduced in early 2000, then it took, with a lot of business modeling and other things, it took only 89 days to reach 50 million people. So how technology has changed in our life, how technology has oriented towards the change, towards the improvement of our life, etc. So this change happening in the surroundings, in the technology, all the business and other fields has to be transformed into the education sector. When we studying in the college or early school days, our syllabi or curriculum were same for at least 7 to 8 years. Same syllabus, same curriculum, etc. We studied same test book, same mathematics book, same physics books. We studied for at least for 7 to 8 years. But can we think of such kind of non-flexible situation now? Because every day or every minute you are getting more new information. You are getting new novel ideas. When I say this thing, if you take the discoveries in science and technology, this was started basically after 1500. Then even with the steam engine discovery or then late electricity discovery, etc. Then the discoveries during that time, which is breakthroughs of human life, were happened only once in a century or twice in a century. Okay, then if you coming to 20th century or 21st century, you can see that lot of innovation which has larger impact on our society. So how fast these things? Therefore, the government of Kerala and government of India, they are suggesting us to update the curriculum. That is importance of faculty. Update the curriculum in every semester. When I talk to students, I always tell that what you are going to study today will not be relevant after 5 years. But you must know the basics of this science, mathematics, biology, etc. These things may not be useful as such in future. In 1980s, we were thinking of how this computer science is developing, because it developed with a language, basic language, then Fortran language, then COBOL, C, C++, etc. Then every 5 years or 4 years, new languages have come. Now, every day you can see new languages. So this is the fast development happening in science and technology. Then how to cope up with these changes, and how the educational institution can be moved into this in this context into a better educational institution to have a better quality students, and the output of the students should be very good, which can be competing with the students from developing countries, developed countries. That is the idea of this. Then coming to the second part, coming to the digital education, as you know, of course, there are a lot of talks on digital education. I'm not going to exploring this too much. Digital education has made its impact on every aspects of our life, and education is, digital revolution is no exception. The future of digital education holds immense promise, transforming traditional paradigms and expanding horizons of learning. Digital education has the power to break down barriers and make education accessible to global audience. The democratization of knowledge is at the core of this transformation. It allows individuals from diverse backgrounds to engage in learning experience that were once confirmed by the geographical boundary. That's what Professor Jairaj also mentioned. You can listen the talk from Harvard University professor or talk from MIT professor, that there is no geographical boundaries. We must leverage technology to create an inclusive educational environment, ensuring that every learner, regardless of their location or circumstances, has the opportunity to access quality education. Proliferation of digital technology is bringing radical changes in the way education is being delivered and received. The outreach of educational programs is improving day by day with the digitalization of education. Digital education is providing both teachers and students new opportunities to teach and learn, thereby ensuring greater participation in the overall learning process. Digital learning in India is going to be the key phase of future education in the subcontinent. It is surprising to see how smart technologies are changing the overall educational framework in the country. The penetration of digital education into the rural market is evolving fast. Affordable high-speed internet and direct-to-device technologies are empowering rural students to study courses online and improve their skills and knowledges. Digital age demands continuous adaptation and skill development. Lifelong learning has become a necessity. It's no longer a choice. Digital education equips individuals with the tools to upskill and reskill throughout their careers. As a university, we must evolve to offer flexible and dynamic programs that cater to the evolving needs of the workforce, preparing our students not just for their first job, but for a lifetime of learning and professional growth. The integration of artificial intelligence taking this transformation into new heights. AI has the potential to revolutionize the way we teach and learn, offering personalized and adaptive experience. Imagine an educational system that understands the unique strength and weakness of each student and tailoring instruction to optimize their learning journey. We can imagine such a system in future, because before 25 years, actually we believed there is a system like Uber, which can be introduced in our country or in the world, where there is no real owner actually. There is no direct payment, etc., direct contact, anything. For 25 years, we did not believe such a system, but Uber has come. So similarly, the AI, this can has lot of power, and which can be trained the students and teachers and understand the weakness of each student, and you can prepare the module and things in a way that these students can be benefited in their education. That is the thing. And you can, if you consider this AI and related things, chat GPT, etc., if you look at the 2022 journals, I could see that at least minimum 5 papers published in
Elsevier and Springer journals, the first author was ChatGPT. One of the papers appeared in Elsevier Journal of Nursing Management. The first author of that paper, two British professors, actually they are working in a medical school in McMaster, Sheffield, and the first author was ChatGPT. So this is a situation where a lot of information you can get, how to get a solution for the real problem. You have some real problem, how to solve this problem, simply extending the earlier ideas to in a general situation, or generalizing some concept into another context which is not useful current now. Even now the number of publication is not evaluated in that way earlier. So now we are more interested on number of patents you produced. Yeah, you can think that the patents means not only for science and technology also. You can see different patents which can be useful. Some of the patents in management, that is a business model. You can have a new patent which gives a novel ideas, can be used for business improvement. So a lot of things. One of my friend who published 2 patents, basically he is a statistician. He provided a solution for a real life problem, and he got 2 patents. So this is a situation where you can give the complete solution of a real problem, so that this can be directly applicable to the society. That is so the future of the digital education is both exciting and challenging. As a university community, we must embrace innovation, foster collaboration, and adapt to the evolving needs of our students. By doing so, we not only prepare them for digital era, but also contribute to shaping a future where education is a powerful force for positive change. Coming to the another topic, which is re-engineering of the faculty. As you know, the faculty re-engineering is a complex process that requires careful planning, stakeholder involvement, and a commitment to ongoing improvement. It often responds to changes in the education landscape. Technology capable of provision of digital tools and resources into education has become increasingly relevant. Faculty re-engineering is essential to ensure that educators can survive in the evolving landscape. Faculty re-engineering during the era of digital education is a critical aspect of our academic journey. All of us know the education is undergoing a profound transformation, and as a university committed to the excellence, we must adapt to the changing times. So when we prepare the syllabus and curriculum, we generally think that we must teach these courses, which are very core courses for these things, this particular discipline or particular program. We have to think in a different way. Some of the courses, basic things which are very relevant, maybe fundamentals of mathematics, physics, etc. maybe there. And all our other courses, it can be considered as elective, and which can be taken from other universities or from the videos or MOOC or this thing. So this is because what I am saying here is that some of the things which we are teaching may not be relevant for the students after 5 years, but they must know the fundamentals. So the most important factor in the success of higher education institution is the quality and engagement of its faculty. Acknowledging the criticality of the faculty in achieving the goals of higher education, various initiatives have been introduced in the past several years to systematic recruitment and career progression, and to ensure equitable representation from various groups in the hiring of faculty. Despite these various improvements in the status of the academic profession, faculty motivation in terms of teaching, research and service in higher education institution remains far lower than the desired level. The various factors that lie behind low faculty motivation levels must be addressed to ensure that each faculty member is happy, enthusiastic, engaged, and motivated towards advancing her or his students' institution and profession. At the same time, the teaching duties also will not be excessive and student-teacher ratios not too high, so that activity of learning teaching remains pleasant and there is adequate time for interaction with the students, conducting research and other university activities. Faculty should be given the freedom to design their own curricular and pedagogical approach within the approved framework, including textbook and reading materials, assignments and assessment. Empowering the faculty to conduct innovative teaching, research and service as they see best will be key motivator and enable for them to do truly understanding creative work. In keeping with the vision of autonomous institution empowered to drive excellence, higher education institution should have clearly defined independent and transparent process and criteria for faculty recruitment. Whereas the current recruitment process can be continued and a tenure track suitable probation period shall be put in place to further ensure excellence. There shall be a fast track promotion scheme, a system of multiple parameters for proper performance assessment for the purposes of tenure, confirmed employment after probation, promotion, salary increases, recognitions, etc., including peer and student reviews, innovations in teaching and pedagogy, quality and impact of research, professional development activities, and other forms of service to the institution community shall be developed by each higher education institution and clearly included in the institutional development plan. This is very important. Normally what we do is we do the promotion of the faculties by simply taking a score which was designed by UGC or later agencies. This has to be modified. We should give our fast track system for the promotion of faculty members if they occur these things, and we can give supporting system for seed money for newly joined faculty members, and we can give traveling expenses for faculty members for attending conferences at the international level, etc. These things can also be considered. Anyway, in service, continuous professional development of university teachers should continue through the existing institutional arrangements and ongoing initiative. These will be strengthened and substantially expanded to meet the needs of enriched teaching learning process of quality education. Use of technology platforms for online training of teachers will be encouraged so that standardized training programs can be administered to large numbers of teachers within a short plan of time. In short, what we need is we need a complete re-engineering of faculty, and as mentioned by Dr. Sajida, this is the complete change of the mindset of the faculty members. I hope that this discussion would motivate the faculty members to actively participate in the re-engineering process, fostering a positive and progressive digital education environment within the university. I wish very best to the program. I once again thank the organizers for giving this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Shankaran. That was really enlightening. You have pointed out the challenges faced by higher education and the possibilities and how those challenges can be better solved. You have pointed it out, and flexibility is another thing that he has highlighted in his presentation. Because if you are sticking on to the traditional method of actually teachers providing the courses for the students, I think the children, they will think about the better platforms, better pastures. They will not stick on to, we will not be able to ask our students to stick on to the Kerala society or the Indian society, because the world is too short nowadays with globalization. They can move around, they can register for any program. So thank you, Professor Shankaran, for enlightening us. Now let's move on to Professor Jagat Bhushan Nada, and I'm sure that he will enlighten us. Already we have listened to him yesterday, and it was really enriching experience. So over to you, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you. I think after lunch is not the right time to be getting into academics, because everybody starts feeling dozing also. Nevertheless, I must thank Honorable Vice Chancellors of Calicut and Technical University to be here with us and to be a part of the panel discussion here. Before I just express my thoughts, I congratulate Damodarji and his complete team who has come up with this app, new app, which is very relevant for all of us. And I think he needs great applause for this kind of work. The whole team, I must say. So congratulations once again. Now, friends, most of the things have already been told, and I don't know what am I left with. There are a few things, some ideas that come to my mind, because I thought it is a panel discussion. Probably we'll just sharing ideas, and then we interact also. If you have any question, we would be ready to take it. As I told yesterday, when we talk about technology and the kind of advantage that can accrue out of this technology at this point of time, gross enrollment ratio of India is 27%. I told yesterday. The government is ambitious that the gross enrollment ratio must reach 50% by 2035. There are 1,100 universities across India and about 40 to 50,000 colleges existing. This has happened in 75 years. Now, in another 12 years, if there is an expectation that we need to grow and come up to the gross enrollment ratio to a level of 50%, I think there is no other way but to go digital. But the thing is, one good thing about digital that I find is that only the serious players will join us. Macaulay, when he started in 19th century, the education policy for us, the emphasis was only on English. The emphasis was only on English primarily because they wanted to rule this country. And that is why they wanted brown clerks. We are brown in skin, and they wanted brown clerks. Gradually, this English, dominance of English carried on with independence also. इसलिए 1947 में, 1947 में, हम स्वाधीन तो हुए, लेकिन स्वतंत्र नहीं हुए, क्योंकि तंत्र हमारा नहीं था. बहुत दिनों तक, there for lot of 75 years, I must say, that people who knew English were considered as better than people who did not know English, however intelligent they may be, whatever qualities they may be having. Now, these were the thoughts which were going on in the minds. We must have our own systems. And that is why now, probably, the government has thought to translate the entire digital education into 13 different languages. Along with this, what government emphasizes is skill development. You know, there is a lot of role to be played by all of us. Technology is one form of it. When I say that in 13 different languages, Earlier, the opportunity was not there because when the universities, you reach the universities, they find it difficult to cope up with English and hence they were not able to do it. As far as real hard education is concerned, it is supported by the skill development. And that is why the ministry now is human resources, now it is not human resources, it is Ministry of Education and Skill Development. Everybody should not do graduation. Everybody should not do post-graduation. And I think people must find some kind of skill development also. The society also need to change their perspective. What we feel just because of English and just because of the degree that we held with us, a person like me can also have, a person who has just got first class or who has just done his MA and not working and not employed and not acceptable in the society as a skilled person, as they were talking about, having skills and probably performance is zero. These are the kind of people who can sit with me and have a cup of tea. But a mason, but a plumber, these are the people whom I expect to be standing while I give orders that you do this and do this and do this. These skilled people are contributing towards the nation. They are not begging. They are not looking forward to anything. They are self-reliant and contributing towards the education also. Now, these are the people who must join education, do first part, second part, third part, and wherever they feel they must move to skill development also. These are the opportunities which we are seriously thinking as far as digital education is concerned. And that is why Exit Point has been created. If you do the first year, you get a certificate. If you do 2 years, you get a diploma. If you do 3 years, you get a degree. If you do 4 years, you get honors. This is how we tend to grow. Because this education, Saraswati hi aisi cheez hai, which is known as tapasya. There is no shortcut and it is not everybody's piece of bread. Not everybody can get into Saraswati. If you talk about sitar, we go digital. You look at the programs that are, learning sitar. It is tapasya. There is no shortcut. If you talk of Kathak dance, there is no shortcut. These are the courses applicable. We want you to be doing what you want. Not what your parents say, not what the societies expect. Do what you really cherish. Tare Zameen Par picture thi. Ye Three Idiots picture hai. Pursue your passion. Don't pursue, just because, everybody is doing economics, so let's do economics. Everybody is doing history, let's do history. It is not going to help you anywhere. So the advantage probably of digital education could be only those people will be registering, those who truly want to read. And those who truly want to read, there is another concept which has come very recently is, videos should be 5 minutes, 3 minutes. Otherwise, the concentration goes. Can you learn sitar by losing concentration in 5 minutes? Can you learn any subject? Can you do surgery only in 5 minutes? No, you read medicine, you read anything that you can think of. It is not 5 minutes game, it's a passion that you have to go with. So even this education, but here is an opportunity that those who are serious and who really want to join us, right? Those who don't want, get into skill development. These are the also opportunities which we are trying to give. There's a retail, it is something like this, that if I want to sell snow boots in Kerala, even if I wish, I cannot sell it because you don't need it. And if you start selling fishing equipments to me in Shimla, I will never buy it because I don't need it. So some people need to go into education. It's a passion that we have to derive at. We have to build a culture where skills are equally respected in the society, which comes from the society. That mindset also need to change and carry on with that. We were talking about NPTEL and we were also talking about animations and various other things. should you know the challenges that we face? There is not even a single institute in India which teaches educational animation. Fictional animation is all right. Making So Sorry in Aaj Tak is easy. Showing Eno that it goes in and then bubbles come up and then it works, it is easy. But when we start talking about biology, when we start talking about zoology, when we start, the animator is not one of these subjects. He doesn't know zoology, he doesn't know medicine, he doesn't know any of these things. Now the involvement of the faculty and various other things becomes extremely difficult. We have to overcome this. We are all for this. I am heading an organization which is all digital. So I'm not discounting. What I'm saying is that there are a lot of challenges which we face. But we believe, I believe personally, that those who want to really study, they need to be with us. Otherwise, they have to find other ways like skill development and other things. This concept of 50% has just come because after school, there is a lot of dropout. And that is the concern. After school, it is a dropout because people live in villages. People live in distant places. Now, they have to be brought because talent can be found in very obscure surroundings also. And this is where we want to divide that English is not supreme, our own language is supreme. Learn it, go ahead, and I think it brings in pride in your mind also. And probably digital education can also fit. It gives an opportunity to each individual to carry on with the course. We are doing a lot of courses. Some of the organizations have got MOU done with us. Cyber security. They have got an MOU done with us, wherein they have said that we'll develop a course with our collaboration. And once the course is developed, they will write in applications that those who have done this course can only apply. So this is a kind of scrutiny of the applications because basics need to be there. So those people who are serious about it, they will come, do the course, and then probably apply it. To enhance their credits also, they can certainly go for more credits and more courses. Sometimes I feel some institutions are very well known, and I'm slightly different from this point of view. We say rankings, right? Yes, we have to get into rankings. There is no doubt about it to prove that we are worth, right? But who sets the parameters of these rankings? Do they know Kalyani University is teaching 10,000 Adivasi students free of cost and good quality education? Now, this never finds place in any ranking in the world. There are n number of things and n number of institutions which are working here. But still, we also work very hard. They may have their own parameters on which we need to fit in. In the Institute of Science is certainly there, it figures, and the government is very serious that all institutes of those eminence must figure amongst 100 institutions in this country. So the seriousness is there, but let's see how far we are able to reach. I'm sometimes surprised also. All these IITs are doing so well, but none of their MBA programs find any place in the standing of India. Why so? The same management, the same institute, the same engineering is doing wonderful. Why doesn't MBA do well? That they all have MBA programs as well. Why don't they do MBA from the same institute? They go elsewhere to do MBA. So there is some kind of understanding which we need to understand. Technology is there. मैं छोटी सी टेक्नोलॉजी की बात बता दूं और इसीलिए हम लोग we are in social sciences, we face more difficulties. When we were talking, he was talking about telephone. You know, how long did it take to reach 1,500 million people or whatever number of people? There was one telephone, landline number at my place when I was a child. And then the whole colony had given that number to their relatives. So the phone would come, and a man from our house would go and call them कि आपका phone आया है. So they would come, listen to the phone, then sit for 10 minutes, share a cup of tea, how are you, know about family, and then bye. This is how it was. So one phone had connected all of us, right? And here is a situation where technology has taken over. Mobile has come. When you call me, you don't expect my wife to pick it up. You don't expect anyone else to pick it up. So individualism has come in. Now, when individualism has come in, it does have impact on sociology. And that is where we want that along with technology, multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary education and research must pursue. And that is where we would like to understand how humans will behave. Can we also think, when we talk about technology, will students at a point of time, because brain works in a particular fashion, and it does have an impact as and when things change. Say there are colors, red, green, blue, yellow, this. A lot of colors, magenta, purple, and others. And over them, above the colors, it is written, green is written above red. Okay? Red is written on magenta. Now you ask them to just read what is written, they always falter in second and third because colors seen first and they say red. Now when they say red, because the color is red, they don't read that green or yellow or, that kind. The brain reading. Will there be a situation that our brain starts working in such a fashion कि जब मैं आपसे personally बात करके समझाऊं तो आप न समझें, आप digitally समझें. जब हम क्लास में पढ़ाएं तो आपके पल्ले न पढ़े. You can't read a book, but you can go through the digital, audio, visual, and that is how you can. You will forget spellings, the language will change, everything is going to happen with the digital education, but this is how we have to go. Manage ourselves, and that is why all kinds of research need to be done. मेरे दिमाग में तो यही बातें आ रही थी. Probably we could just interact, and if you have any questions, I belong to CEC. We have got 21 centers across India. We are making Swayam Prabha MOOCs and Swayam Prabha digital channels. In Swayam Prabha, which is on television all the time. We are in social sciences. Social sciences is difficult in the sense that that is why most of the institutes started with pharmacy, engineering, medicine, this, that, because they are revenue earning. Our subjects are not really revenue earning, but then extremely important for the society and well-being of human. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, will take it.
Thank you, Professor Nanda. It was a wonderful journey. Actually, you started your talk from Macaulay's education and how they wanted the brown man to communicate with them. So thank you, sir. And you also have rightly pointed out the need of going digital, at the same time pointed out the threat by quoting the example of mobile phones. Thank you very much. Now, I think we can take the question. As Professor Shankaran is about to leave, if there are any questions directly to be addressed by him, we will welcome that first.
So the session is open for discussion. So if you have any queries, you may please ask now.
Actually, sir, I don't have any queries, but I am silently watching your emotions. I am calling it as your emotion because you are not delivering a
Excuse me,
talk
can
to the
I-
audience.
Can I just intervene? Could you make it clear to whom you are addressing the questions?
Just who had completed his speech, Professor Nadda, perhaps. Sir, you have taught the emotions of all those persons who don't know English, but they are expert in rest of the events. It is actually emotional points. Then you have taught the necessities of studying social science. Sir, just for the sake of general knowledge, students are studying social science. Just at the time of facing a competitive exam, they just need to review the social science books of primary stage or secondary stage. It is to be frankly speaking, sir, my son is doing MSc in microbiology and he is so intelligent that he has taught all the aspects of science. But recently, when he was preparing for an exam, he is dull in social science. And what I had learned from my primary stage, he don't know anything. What we had learned through storytelling of our primary school teachers and secondary school teachers, now it is a burden for him. It is a burden for him. And he's saying that how boring course this is. Where is the highest mountains is there? Where is the highest peaks is there? Where the kings were fighting themselves and we need to memorize all the events.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to intervene. Could you make the question short?
No, I don't. Initially, I have said
It's not a
I
question.
don't have any query, but the emotional speech, those people who are brilliant in all other events except English are being neglected, such as the plumbers or any artisans or any other skilled labor.
I think, sir, that was rightly pointed out by Nada, sir, that we have to give importance to people who do not know English. And that is the purpose of NEP program. That's what he highlighted. Learning something through the regional language. I hope it's clear.
Yes.
And now I think we can welcome the questions from others because it's a question
Okay,
answer
sir.
session.
Just I expressed my emotions because I think it was a emotional speech by Dr. Nadda.
Two things I should mention here. One is I attended a program, LEAP program, organized by Ministry of, that time MHRD, now Ministry of Education. There was a talk by Professor Jain, who is the founder, director of Gandhinagar IIT Gandhinagar. And it was established in 2015 or 16. He was the founder director of that. Then when he started this program, engineering program, he introduced the program in a different way. That is the first 2 semesters, he didn't include the engineering subject, core engineering subject in the curriculum. And then some only mathematics, some physics and mathematics he included in the syllabus. And some of the engineering faculty, mechanical and other faculty, they argued that how we can cover the entire papers or core subject in the curriculum. And he told that it is not necessary to cover all the engineering papers during this 8 semester program, because the world is changing, lot of advancement is coming, they can lesson or learn the other thing. What he mentioned is that he included in the syllabi the culture, sociology, ethics, moral science, history, and all other combinations of humanity and social science in the syllabi and curriculum. That was created a vibrant campus in the sense that students, they are more ethical, they are more morally educated people than thing. So this is one instance where the importance of social science and ethics, which are good in the sense that all the IITs, they are also offering similar programs in the things. Another thing which is also a thing in the current contrast, I attended, basically I went for a talk in a polytechnic in Cochin. Then for a graduation ceremony. Then then I talked to principal of that polytechnic. What he mentioned is that after polytechnic, most of them are getting placements in the sense that trainee technicians and trainee people, they are getting placement. But the students are not ready to work there, because the training period or working as a technician, they have to work in a laboratory or in a factory or a manufacturing industry for 8 hours. They cannot use the mobile phone. They can use mobile phone during the lunch time or that time. So they were worried about that. They are getting only 16,000 pay initially, but the principal said that after this training, especially 2-3 years of experience, all of them are getting placements in Gulf or European countries as a technician, which will be a very high salary job. But they are not worried. What they are doing is, after 3-4 years, they are worried about this particular job because it is very tiresome for them. Not very tiresome, because now the machines are doing most of the work. They are going for Suji and the Zomato type jobs, where a lot of freedoms are there. They can use mobile phone at every point of time, and they are going for that. So this is a society or the culture of the student. So in this contest, we should think, the faculty members should think how we can motivate the students, how the teaching can be enjoyable, and etc. So this is our
Thank you, sir. That was a very good observation. And one drawback that I find in the traditional teaching method is actually it is time bound. The students coming to an institute, sitting there from 9 to 5, and we are actually depriving them the right of working. It is only happening in India, where the parents have to afford the fees of the students. In always we quote the Western examples. But after 18, if a child has to be educated, he or she has to find a part-time job. And it could be working in a restaurant as a waiter. It could be working in a shop. But they are earning something while learning. And that is a greater opportunity with digital learning, I would say. And now again, the floor is open for the questions.
I'm Dr.
Yeah.
Tariq Abdullah from EMRC, University of Kashmir. I'm highly thankful to the panelists for this wonderful discourse about the digital education and its pros and cons. But from my study, what I have observed that there are some lacunas in this system where we need to prop in, when we need to give our attention. That is, we need to upgrade our infrastructure in colleges. so that it can become easily available for the students, this digital, because we cannot shunt our, because we are already in the digital era and we have to accept it, but we need to tape the loopholes like the poor infrastructure and other problem is that it's when people are not aware about the happenings that we need to give the attention. We need to educate teachers and students, and also it should be a mandatory to that digital literacy. It should be part of the curriculum now from grassroots level, from primary level, so that students will know the importance of this digital education, and it should become the part of the curriculum. And because today we have a choice, tomorrow we will have a compulsion of taking this. Another thing is that teacher training, we should have a focus on teacher training so that teachers are frequently exposed to digital education and its importance and how they can, because COVID has almost pushed every teacher, whether he likes it or not, but he has embraced this smartphone and his computers, and they have delivered lectures. Now we need to upgrade and update their knowledge and skills. So for that, policymakers need to intervene, and they should make it part of their curriculum and syllabus. Thank you very much.
What you say is absolutely all right, and I think the new education policy by and large takes care of training and various other things. Somehow I feel that, when you have passion for something, you do use technologies. Technology is not being employed now. Technology has been employed long time back also. I don't know whether you remember or not, whether you have experienced or not. We still remember we used to do projection by a negative of the film by putting what do you call it, magnifying glass, and would project it on wall, right? Some of the teachers have done it. They have used this kind of technology. Chalk and board, it may not be technical from that point of view because it is not generated by electricity, but it is a technology in one form or the other. So we are not close to it. Only thing is, वो बोले ना धीरे धीरे ही सीखते हैं, एक झटके से तो नहीं सीख पाएंगे. But then I'm very hopeful about digital education to be taken care of, because when you talk about, teachers must know peer learning is the best learning. When the teachers get appointed, someone who does not have technology, well read about technology, and others are all that, then he works under pressure of peers, and then he learns. Younger generation, when they become teachers, which is about 5 years, 7 years, 8 years, I think we'll get a pool of students who are tech savvy, and things would become easier for us. We'll fade out, sir. This is what we can say. Thank you so much.
Since two vice chancellors are here, also says director, this is regarding because we have produced a lot of MOOCs, the maximum number of MOOCs produced by one university center. So I just want to know, because the new policy is going to be implemented, 4-year degree, when are we going to actually implement the credit transfer, sir? What are the reasons that what are the hindrances for implementing this credit transfer? A student taking a course at Calicut University from other university, he or she has to give a transfer. So what is, vice chancellor can answer, and also director can also respond in the context of.
Yeah, we are all going for academic credit bank. Only problem is the time frame which we can implement. And I think after this curriculum revision, throughout Kerala we have a common credits, and we can have a credit bank, and it can be transferred to other universities. We need a common calendar, when to start and when to finish. That is also necessary. At the same time, I see certain problem in the academic credit bank. When will be the course ending? Because Vice Chancellor Shankaran was telling students even after completing the polytechnic, they don't want to go for the job which is pertain to their field. They want to go to some other. The same thing can happen. They will never complete the course. They will take a credit, and if some job comes, they may take it. Even that opportunity is only there in the urban centers. In the villages, there is no option for breaking the studies and going back to the. Also, there is another problem. If you allow the exit, what happens to them? Even if in the present scenario, if you take even the minimum qualification for a job is SSLC, which one we will choose, whether an SSLC candidate or a graduate. The same thing happen if you go for a 3-year graduate and 4-year graduate, and if they compete for a job, naturally we will turn up to those with a 4-year graduate student. The 3-year will be, he will not be as competent as a 4-year. So such things are there that I think gradually will overcome. And another thing is, as Professor Nadda has pointed out, digital education only with students with passion will go. Even now, if you look, most of the coding people, who is teaching them? They go for the internet and they study themselves and do all the coding. So that passion is there, they will go for that. But if you go for a formal structured graduation, this kind of credit transfer may not succeed. There is I feel that there can be a more dropout than increasing the enrollment. Another point is somebody was telling that if you are going for a Bloom's taxonomy, the taxonomy says that you have the remembering, understanding, analyzing, and so on. The top of this pyramid is creativity. And in creativity, where we stand in India, one of the measure is the number of patents. And if you look last year, 23, 22, China has produced 7 lakh patents, more than US, which has only around 3 lakhs. And India, we have many promotion schemes. Still last year, we have only 46,000 patents. So that's if you are going for a outcome-based education and Bloom's taxonomy, the measure is our final creativity. And we are not getting that creativity. One measure is patent. There can be other things also. So how to make students a creative? That's one of the questions we have to ask ourselves. If China has produced, even Korea, Japan, they are on lakhs. In South Korea is more than 2.5 lakhs patents they have produced. Whereas India, we just improved 3 times last year, it's only 46,000. Before that, it was only 11,000. So I hope within the next 10 years, we can maybe multiply this by 10 times. So we'll have more innovations.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening to all of you. It was great listening to all the eminent panelists. I have a question to Professor Nadda. So you talked, I mean, everybody, all of you made a comment that now digital education is inclusive. In WHO, World Health Organization has put an estimate out that there are 63 million deaf people in India. So when you talk about being inclusive, how inclusive is digital education? Or rather, what are the steps taken by to include this population? Deaf students definitely face a challenge wherein their reading and writing skills, literacy skills are not age appropriate. I know for a fact that EMRC Calicut has done 2 programs, one on Swayam Prabha channel, which my colleague, Ms. Raji here did a program on, did a lesson on C programming. And there was also a MOOC course on commerce paper, forms of business organization. And you mentioned, sir, there are 21 EMMRCs. So what about the, so what about the remaining EMMRCs? And yes, sir? But
They're also making similar programs, which we disseminate from the televisions but no MOOC as yet. So, no, you have, but we have not made any MOOC at this point of time. But certainly, that is the agenda. I'll put it this way. These MOOCs are given by the Ministry of Education. It has got UGC has got nothing to do with it. Now, the government is coming up with e-university, and it is in a rush to have some courses with them. So we have now, at this point of time, stopped all other courses. We have done 8 courses completely in social sciences, another 9 to come. So 17 is the target at this point of time. Once the courses are ready, then only one can announce a e-university as far as national e-university is concerned. So we are all geared up for that. So the question that you ask is, we are slightly slow on that. But nevertheless, that is on the agenda, and we are very concerned as to something has to come up. MOOCs will come up. So I wouldn't say that we are not interested in that. Thank you. Thank you so much. We are all very conscious. In institutes also, we are not very happy with ramps. We want a lift. Because how will a wheelchair person go up? Yes.
Sir, actually, it's a suggestion, like if CEC can make a policy that all the SOIM courses can include the ISL interpretation videos, then it will be...
once again, come again.
Indian Sign Language interpretation videos.
Sign language.
Yeah. If the CEC can make it as a policy to include the Indian Sign Language videos along with the regular videos, then it will be very helpful for the deaf population.
I completely agree with you. But there are some subjects with which sign language can work. But suppose there's a subject like mathematics. Now,
Sir, we are teaching undergraduate students, undergraduate deaf students.
I don't
So
know, maybe biology, maybe zoology.
No, sir. Computer science, English, maths, fine arts and commerce. These are the 3 courses we run for the deaf students. So maths is also possible. Any subject is possible.
We agree. We agree. Whatever the courses are possible. There are some courses which cannot be. But as far as Swayam Prabha is concerned, possibly, I may be unaware of it. Possibly we, on Swayam Prabha, every Tuesday and Thursday, we've got a panel of people, experts, who are good in sign language. They come, and all lectures which are recorded that day, we figure out the lectures also, which would be convenient, and more students are going to take it. That is delivered and disseminated on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So we are very conscious of it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I agree.
Thank you.
So it was a great pleasure having this eminent personalities on the dais, and we had a great discussion. So a big round of applause to this personalities. No doubt we are in a dilemma. What would be the future of education, digital education, and like just as DP Damodar Prasad has rightly pointed out, how are we going to take a very important aspect, the credit, if a child is doing a MOOC course, how it would be transferred. That is, so there are many policies which should be inclusive. And no doubt digital education is really inclusive, considering the disabled people, considering the people who come from the rural area, and to a great extent, the solution can be brought. As the educational agents, as the policy makers, we have to bring a change. So thank you once again, all the professors, Professor Jairaj, who has a very busy schedule, but he has rightly accepted our invitation, and he has given us an enlightening session. Thank you very much, sir. Professor Shankaran, all the way from Cochin, he has traveled and he has enlightened the technological side of digital education. Thank you very much, sir. And Professor Nada, he was here yesterday and throughout the conference. Thank you, sir. And we will be keeping in touch with you. We have a lot of queries. I'm sure that a panel discussion of this kind cannot be completely stopped like this. The journey will go on. And teaching, like it was really nice listening to your Hindi. Dheere dheere se hum padhenge. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And thanks to the wonderful audience. And your questions have really given energy to this personalities here. It was a post-lunch session, post-biryani session, I would say, and which would have been sleepy, but this people has given us the spirit and energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I hope you have found this panel discussion to be informative and engaging. Now, I would like to invite Professor Dr. C.M. Bindu, Head of the Department of Education, University of Calicut, to deliver the vote of thanks.
All the delegates are kindly requested to come on the stage. Thank you once again for your unwavering participation and commitment to this seminar. I wish you all a restful evening and look forward to welcome you back with a renewed energy tomorrow. Tomorrow's session will begin at sharp 10 a.m. All are kindly requested to be here on time. Thank you. For your kind information, all the photos of the seminars are available through scanning the QR code pasted outside the seminar hall. Thank you.